We'll call to order the Board of Selectmen regular meeting for Wednesday, September 10th, 2025 at 5 o'clock. First item on the agenda is our first Selectmen report. I'd like to actually start off in explaining that there's a Woodbridge Solar Showcase celebrating the town's clean energy. You all have a little flyer in front of you that gives you a little bit of information on that. We're fortunate enough to have John Gorham here. John is one of our staunchest advocates from a solar perspective, having started things with Massaro Farm quite some time ago, and since then has consistently been a supporter and somebody who's helped us in terms of assisting us in terms of evaluating and looking at different solar potential. So there is a national solar program day that's being set up for September 21st, and Woodbridge is participating. They've asked municipalities to participate. Woodbridge is participating with events on September 20th. So to that end, related to I'd like to proclaim, read a proclamation with regard to this. Woodbridge Solar Showcase, Saturday, September 20th, 2025. As Woodbridge First Selectman, I wish to proclaim Saturday, September 20th as Woodbridge Solar Showcase, a day to recognize and celebrate our town's clean energy progress. Our local celebration is in response to a nationwide Sunday event organized, Sunday is separate words, organized by Third Act, a national environmental grassroots organization encouraging every community in the United States to join together in support of solar and wind energy, to embrace national progress in the same way we did Earth Day back in 1970, when 10% of all Americans participated to protect the environment. Whereas in 1917, Woodbridge was one of the first group of 23 municipalities to earn sustainable CT designation as a sustainable community, in part because of our model 57-acre Massaro Farm, and now in 2025 with 5 solar systems, multiple solar arrays on town-owned buildings, as well as solar on our solar planned or on our 2 schools, the Jewish Community Center, and many other residences. And whereas solar energy is one of the most economical sources of power and offers a clean and healthy future for coming generations. And whereas solar power has added more new capacity to the U.S. grid in 2024 than any energy source in 20 years. And whereas towns and cities, faith communities, grassroots groups, clean energy experts, solar industry workers and organizations, schools, housing advocates, farmers, creative partners will gather on Sunday, September 21st, 2025, to celebrate the power of renewable energy, activate others to support a clean energy future, and support a transition away from fossil fuel. And whereas the residents of Woodbridge can continue to contribute to our town's sustainability efforts for a healthier future by learning more about clean energy and practicing smarter energy use in their daily lives. Therefore, I proclaim Saturday, September 20th, 2025 as Woodbridge's Sunday celebration, and urge residents to join in the events planned for that day and to take action to adopt clean energy practices now and for the future. So,
Thank you, John.
So, John, thank you very much for all your support and your assistance in this regard. Thank you for helping us coordinate this particular event. It will be an event at the library. Some information is here that tells you a little bit more about that. We will be sending out some notification to town residents, and but just wanted to thank you for bringing this to our attention, helping us to get something established, get an event established, and make sure that we remain a part of the effort for sustainability and clean energy. So thank you very much, John. Next item I wanted to mention was I just wanted to remind everybody about the Living Treasure. That event is coming up on the 25th and there are still tickets available. So if you know of people who may not have already, please let them know. I also just this week wanted to let everyone know that I was honored to meet the new pastor at First Church here, one of our neighbors, our closest neighbor right here. In our center here, the First Church, the new pastor, Reverend Andrew Wicks, who will at some point in time come in and I'd like to introduce him he'd like to be introduced to the board and to start kind of assimilating himself into our community. So I wanted to bring that up as well. So the next item on the agenda is is there any questions or anybody have any with regard to the remarks? David?
Well, I have solar, but I'm absolutely certain, now that you've done this magical proclamation, that I won't get any return on that day, because we're very likely to have a biblical thunderstorm.
I hope that doesn't happen.
I do too.
Next item on the agenda is our Personnel Committee update, and we do have business on that. So if Sheila and Andrea could please.
Sure, thank you. So the Personnel Committee met on the 3rd of September with Human Services to review an applicant that they put forth to recommend to fill the position of as a center coordinator for the Woodbridge Center. So this is a refill of an existing position that we had previously voted to support this year. But this is a great applicant that Human Services is really confident in and excited to work with. Rosa Catone, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. So the Personnel Committee voted unanimously to support the hiring of Rosa for the center coordinator, and hope you consider supporting that effort as well. Rosa would begin in October, I think it was October 10th, at $22 an hour. This is already in the budget, and so we have the funds available. Did I miss anything, Sheila?
No, that's perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think it's the business upon us is to. I'll take a motion for this.
So a motion to vote to hire Rosa Catone as the center coordinator for the Woodbridge Center at $22 an hour, beginning October 2025.
And I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I know that her information was in the packet, so we've had an opportunity to review that. Seeing no questions, I will call a vote. All those in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Anything else?
No, thank you.
I neglected, if you'll indulge me for a moment, I neglected to also mention, only because it'll happen before our next meeting, that there is the road race and Woodbridge Like Me Day, which will include this year a chalk art festival right here on Meeting House Lane, on the street itself. And that happens on October 4th with the fun run at 9 o'clock, the 5K at 10:30, and the Woodbridge Like Me Day following. So I excuse me for not mentioning that earlier. Next item on our agenda is boards and commissions. First item is a quick item. It's where the number of, on the ad hoc charge for the DEI committee, we have 11 names. There's 3 of whom have left the committee and no longer participate in the committee. So we're looking to decrease that from 11 down to 8, so that they are in a better position to have a quorum when they do get together. So to that, it is an ad hoc committee, so it's not necessary that we vote on it, but I did want everybody to be aware of what was happening and why.
Mika, could you just shed light on why it was set to 11 to begin with?
No idea.
Okay.
That was they were in place before we were here, so I think they felt at that time there was great enthusiasm.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
So it,
So
but
to be
it's turned
inclusive.
out, yes, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So we do have to change the
charge.
charge, correct?
Yes.
To go
From-
to 8, from 11 to 8?
That is correct, and that's reflected. There should be a document in
Yeah.
Okay.
your packets for that.
Is that are we going to have a motion on that?
Doesn't need a motion. The charges are actually, we could.
If we change anything, well, I mean, if we're going to change the charge,
But to clarify, the only change to the charge is membership
Correct.
Quantity,
Correct.
not the actual.
That is correct.
Okay.
well,
That
if
is
the
correct.
charge of the commission, of the committee, of the ad hoc committee, is on the agenda, I think we ought to change other parts of the charge.
And because of that, David, I make the motion that you, I'm sorry, say that again?
I think we ought to change other parts of the charge to the diversity, inclusion, and equity ad hoc commission, ad hoc committee, whatever it is. It's a committee, isn't it?
Committee,
Yeah.
committee.
So can I make a motion that we approve as presented, and then we can discuss, if we get a second, to suggest changes?
I will make a motion that we approve the ad hoc committee renumbering quantity from 11 to 8. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. David?
Yeah. I'm reluctant to want to change the numbers until we have a discussion. I don't like ad hoc committees. Committees?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't like ad hoc committees in general because they proliferate. We never have an end to them. I think every time a new board comes in, they should erase every ad hoc committee and start over because it's unnecessary bureaucracy that we have. I don't know that this is a problem in our town that needs addressing. I don't know that. It seems to be more of a national political discussion than a local problem that exists in Woodbridge. The entire existence of this committee, I don't know that it really addresses some of these issues, and I certainly know that we haven't been getting a monthly report, and B, when we do, and I ask why we don't include diversity of thought in their process, and why they don't support diversity, particularly of minority political thought, I get no response from that committee. So I don't really think that they are really covering all the bases. I think they are covering a specific national base, and I just don't think we need that. So that's the first point. The second point is that I've interacted on issues of what I consider to be extraordinary discrimination on political thought, and particularly those political positions that are guaranteed in the statutes of Connecticut as it relates to minority positions on committees and commissions, and as it relates to our town in that regard. The chair of this committee, who's coming forward with this proposal, actually was a singular member in making such a discrimination when we tried in the previous board meeting, then the previous board to this one, my minority counterpart and partner had a need to leave for cancer treatment. And he asked to resign. But he didn't want to resign unless there would be some kind of assurance that the candidate who ran also on our ticket and received 2 votes fewer, over 1,000 votes by this town voted for him, unless that person could be fairly and logically put on the board in his place. And so he requested a meeting with our then town chair. He showed up to the meeting. The chair of the Diversity, Inclusion, and Equity Committee was there, who also happened to be the chair of the Democratic Town Committee. And she told him in no uncertain terms that he would not be supported because he wrote a letter to the then newspaper that was not in support of their agenda, period. So I think this is hypocritical. I think the pursuit of this group is, if it's necessary, it's not doing it right. And if it's not necessary, I think we ought to just drop the whole committee. That's my view.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I would just like to say that at the Strategic Planning Committee meetings that we had previously had, we did talk about taking a look at various ad hocs and seeing where they could potentially work together and be melded together. So if it's of interest to members of the Board of Selectmen that the committee look at options in the future, if this committee is continuing tonight and then we further down the road think of ways that we could mix this in with other committees towards the point of streamlining government and bringing committees together, I think that's an option. I do personally think that there are elements of this that should continue. I could see it in another committee's work. There was a community committee at one time, or community council. Right. So, and then the thought of making it a permanent commission rather than an ad hoc, because I like to see ad hocs grow up and become permanent. So maybe it's something we can talk about in the future.
I agree that there's a need to address ad hocs at large, and they're instated, to my understanding, under the concept of being temporary in nature, with specific kind of shorter term charges. And I would need to do some homework and go back in time a little bit. In addition, I've read the charge that's in front of us tonight, but to understand what those kind of short-term needs that this committee was formed to address, if those needs have been sufficiently addressed or not. To Dave's point, and one of the challenge of ad hocs is we don't get routine reports and updates. I will say, as a community member, the Woodbridge Like Me Day and other events that they've fostered for the town have, I think, been met positively and help foster a connection in the community. And so I see value in that context. But do support the notion of addressing, what needs are being met, still exist, and should the charge be changed to reflect that? Or, to Sheila's point, is it time for another commission to take on those updated charges, or do we put this to ordinance? So I think there is a need to pay attention to this and work on navigating the ad hoc.
Am I just unaware that our town lacks diversity, inclusion, or equity, or that there is a barrier to that in our town, or that we have people who are so strongly opposed? I mean, I don't get it.
I don't understand that there would ever be a situation where it wouldn't be something that would be positive and constructive in terms of working toward those particular items. There are two chairs. There are two chairs on this commission, so it wasn't only one chair to start off with. Committee, excuse me. They have done, as Andrea pointed out, some wonderful community services and brought to light the Woodbridge Like Me Day has turned out to be an annual event that's very well attended. And if you attend it yourself, I think you will see exactly why it is called Woodbridge Like Me and what the diversity, equity, and inclusion portion of it includes. If you haven't attended it, I strongly recommend that you do.
And it's a community event. I don't know that it. Okay.
So it was orchestrated, organized, and put together by them, by this committee. So it is providing a community service. The folks who have attended have certainly commented to me every time that I've been there for the last 2 years, and they've gone out of their way in most cases to comment to me what a wonderful event it is and how well organized it is, and how it does exactly what the intent is, and that's to bring together people and demonstrate the diversity of our town.
It's very interesting that the Democratic town chairman, who is in that group,
Yes.
has, for as long as I know, or for some time back, and certainly my first experience on this board, was to see that they, in fact, are very, there is a distinct intent to consolidate power and eliminate inclusiveness and equity and diversity of thought within our boards and commissions. And we know this for a fact because I can point to any number of commissions who have 0 people on them or had 0 people on them who were candidates coming from the Republican side. And I've also been told by the leadership that is supported by that Democratic Town Committee that certain people are impossible for committees and commissions here in this town. I would like to say that citizens of this country who reside in Woodbridge and pay taxes here are not impossible. They are citizens, and if the Republican Town Committee thinks that they should be, as part of what is in the statutes of the state of Connecticut, a requirement for minority representation, that those people should be put on those boards and commissions without being threatened to be blackballed by, among others, the chair of our Diversity, Inclusion, and Equity Commission.
I appreciate it. It sounds as if you have a particular issue with a particular individual, and I can appreciate that,
Well,
and respect that, David, but I also will say, what you said is that should be, and it's considered for. In every situation, we vote on this. We vote on this. We take the vote. So people are nominated and they're considered. If the vote goes against them, that's the nature of our process. That's how it works. The issues that you've brought up in the past, I'm hoping that you don't feel they exist currently. I certainly have gone.
Not as much, but I don't believe that candidates should be declared impossible by anybody.
I don't think that you've heard me or any of the individuals here indicate that, but please, Maria, it looked like you were going to say something.
I hear you and I appreciate what you're saying, but I also think that this is getting to a point where it's an issue other than what we have here on the table, which
Well,
is
not really.
amending.
If you don't think inclusion includes political thought, then yes.
I don't remember how you phrased that, but inclusion is meant to be inclusive of
inclusion
everyone.
is, inclusiveness and diversity is not that of political thought or of ideas, then yes.
I hear you. I haven't heard an amendment to the charge, if that's what we're talking
Well,
about right now, or is this just something that you want to take
No,
a
I-
look at in the future? I think this committee has done very good work in bringing the community together and welcoming people in the town, and I would like to see that continue in some way or capacity.
I don't
Taking a look at
discard
all
or-
of our ad hocs, allowing them to grow up into either committees or being absorbed by other groups. But I certainly wouldn't want to see all the good that this committee has done because of issues that may be related to them in some way, but certainly not in whole.
I'm not against their good works. And any good work and what volunteers do in this town is wonderful. I am definitely opposed to the unwillingness, and maybe it needs to be in their charge, to consider that diversity of thought is something we need in this town, and that has not been pursued. In fact, it's been actively discouraged.
What I would say, David, is that I'm completely confident that the leadership of this committee would be more than willing to come in and provide us a report in terms of some of the things that they have done, and have a conversation with us in regards to your point, so that they can understand that that's an area of concern that some of the Board of Selectmen have, and ask if they would take that consideration and see what they can do to demonstrably indicate or to take steps to make sure that that is included in terms of what you're looking for. I'm with Maria at this point in time. I do feel like if we're not gonna, this wasn't intent, obviously, to look at it. I understand your point that we're amending something, so why not look at it more? But I don't see any.
Inclusion is inclusion.
I understand. It is inclusion, and it's certainly the way I feel.
And you know, it's really hurt our town not to be more inclusive.
But it's hard for me
Radically.
to consider that the group of people who are doing what they're doing in this group, the larger group of people, and what they have done as part of their charge, as
That's
part of
good.
what their work has done.
I'm not saying that anything
So-
they've done has been bad as a committee. I'm saying what they've ignored doing and what they've done as individuals is somewhat, if not completely, hypocritical.
So there's an opportunity to look at this and address the charge in terms of inclusivity and add language that's a little bit more specific to what we mean by that, to define those terms maybe.
And I think we should.
I think Dave brings up a good point in that respect. And I just looked at the ad hoc community council charge, and it does sound, it's not as specific as the ad hoc DEI, but it does say, with organizing events and other opportunities for Woodbridge residents to interact, learn about each other's culture, create community, and celebrate Woodbridge, which does seem to overlap with a lot of the focus of the current ad hoc
In other words, all the
DEI.
good things that we've seen from DEI
Yes, and so-
are covered in another ad hoc committee, which was my point
Which
to
isn't
begin with.
active. It
I'm
doesn't seem to
completely
be
against
active.
having ongoing ad hoc committees.
And Tahira Parvez, apologies if I mispronounced that, is I think the co-chair of
Correct.
DEI and is also on this ad hoc community
Correct.
council.
And
So
there has been discussion about the
We need to
synergy
adjust-
and the,
yeah.
so that's
there's
certainly,
opportunity.
So
there is opportunity, and there's no doubt in my mind that they would
When
be
we talk about not having
open
enough
and welcoming to
volunteers,
us.
Yeah.
So for
Yeah.
today's purposes, what's on our agenda is the DEI committee number of members update, and we have a motion and a second to update the number of members. I fully understand, and I think we can take that up at another time in
well,
terms
if
of
we're-
addressing.
if it's on the
ad hoc.
agenda, we can.
Well, what's
We
on
are-
the agenda is
we
the
are
number of
discussing.
members update. So that's what's on the agenda. I certainly wasn't.
But it's calling for a change to the charge of the commission.
I hear you. What I'm offering is that we take that up at another time, and we address the motion that's on the table right now. I'm happy to talk about ad hocs.
Okay,
how
then
they
I would
work
like to
another time.
propose we take that up at another time as well.
And
Well, I
you-
think
you can-
taking up the full charge of this committee would require a review of the other committees that overlap and maybe an overlap in looking at all of our ad hocs at once. I think it'd be kind of difficult to take this in isolation with the other committees. But I would like for this committee to be able to move forward and carry on with their work, especially because they are in the middle of organizing.
completely with the other.
But they're in the middle of organizing a project right now, and they would like their they would like their numbers changed so that they could have their meetings. So in the spirit of trying to let them get that done, I think we've acknowledged that there's some work to be done in streamlining the committees and streamlining their charges. And honestly, the language here is quite vague.
Yeah.
And some of it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, so I am fully in favor of updating the charges and combining the committees, but I don't think we can do that in isolation in one specific, just taking this one without looking at the other ones.
We should move them all to the community committee that Andrea just referenced.
When you say them all, please make a recommendation. This is something we will take up at another time. Let me know what it is you'd like to take up so that we can put it on the agenda appropriately, and we can make sure we have the appropriate information for people when we do have the discussion.
I'll do that, thank you.
So I'd appreciate it. That'd be
Can-
great.
Can I
Yes.
just note that, so strategy 11 of our strategic plan relates to this, and so, taking a look at information, including receiving an update on the survey that this committee had presented to, I think, the previous board. And one of the things they did note was that political diversity, right? So if we just go back to our strategic plan strategy and get that update, maybe that's strategy 11 is what we put on a future agenda, and we go through all of that. Because our personnel committee has also been talking about some of the other options of bringing together boards and commissions, merging. Maybe it's a set of recommendations that we make to the Board of Selectmen that's going to be impaneled in January. So that potentially, as ad hocs, wrap up their work in December, they either continue or they don't continue, and we make some kind of recommendation. It's just a thought that we could push this to later in the year.
And as we go into the end of the year, we'll ask these committees and the commissions to start providing the reports that would be helpful for us, so.
So we have a motion and a second.
Without any further discussion, all in favor of changing the number? All opposed? One opposed, motion carries. Next item is the ad hoc billing commission officer, the ad hoc billing officer charge. That was sent to you quite some time ago. They have started their work. I wanted to let you know that that was the case and give you a document so that you understood what it is they're looking to do and what their scope will be. Any questions with regard to that?
I did have a question. So there was another consideration of making a standing commission, and obviously I just got through saying I like the idea of ad hoc starting and then graduating up to standing commission. So I'd just like to suggest, I understand that it's really important that this work happen.
I'll make a note of it.
Sorry. That's all right. So I don't want to get in the way of this work proceeding. I think this is really important work that's included here. But I would like to have this board later in the year consider that we might want a standing commission and get that one started right away. So maybe if we could also get a report back sometime before the end of our terms in December so that we can make a recommendation going forward. I kind of believe, having served on many, many years on building committees, that this will be very beneficial to be a standing commission and to have even more powers that are currently here. But you walk before you run, so I'm in favor of starting now, but I would like to look at it again before.
And the one edit is on the draft. It does say official. That should say officer,
Okay.
not official. So that'll be changed on the draft.
Mika, I was wondering if it's possible, especially in the context of the conversation we just had, and there are so many capital needs and things being addressed right now in town, if we can add to their charge a routine report out to the full Board of Selectmen so that it ensures we're all hearing the same information, understanding progress, and so that the public has an avenue to hear these updates as well. Is it possible to make that number 8 on this
Yes.
charge?
If you'd be so kind as to just indicate what it is you're looking for.
Follow up with-
Yes,
okay.
please. It is.
Okay. Thank you.
And at this point in time, it's time for us to open up our continuation of the public hearing to receive comments on the draft POCD. So at this point in time, we will open up the floor and ask anyone who would like to make comments with regard to the POCD to please step forward.
Good evening. I'm here with just a factual comment that I think is relevant to the POCD. I understand there's some recommendations in there to expand sewer access. And whatever one might think of that proposal, I just want to say that the first place where sewers should be extended is in the Highlands neighborhood, which is up above Brookside Market. When I was first selectman, there were people there who were already 20 years ago having problems with their septic systems. And the difficulty is that the actual housing sites, many of the lots are much smaller than so there's no place to put a reserve septic system. What does that mean? I know of one person in particular, when they moved in there, they had to put an ultraviolet system on their well water because they have to kill viruses that are coming from the septic systems of their neighbors. So I would say that the POCD, if it's going to say anything about sewers, should say that the first place to which sewer systems should be extended is to those neighborhoods, of which I only know one at the moment, that actually are suffering consequences from the existence of septic systems in terms of the quality of their potable water. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Good evening. We're here to talk about the plan of conservation and development again. And as we've heard from residents, folks are calling it the plan of development. And I'm here tonight to make just a simple point and observation. I think this is not just a plan of development. I think it's far worse. It's a plan of conflict. And I spoke last week and I spoke months ago about the synergy that exists between conservation and development. And in fact, that is the title of the document, Conservation and Development. It's not an or, it's not a versus. It's supposed to be a document of harmony. And after I left and I attended to the rest of my business for the evening, I was able to watch the rest of the meeting last week. And the word conflict came up again and again and again in response to a gentleman who's a neighbor of ours, vouching and speaking for the Conservation Commission. Mr. First Selectman, perhaps not your intent, but certainly the word conflict was used multiple times, and that is a gutting thing for a resident to think that a document that's supposed to guide our future for the next 10 years is something that is going to be inherently conflicted. I don't think that's the purpose of the document. I would ask this board to strike it, start over, I understand that there are pressures from a timeline perspective. The process has not been great, but you need to quickly work to get something that is harmonious, because we owe it to our neighbors to have a 10-year plan that is going to give us the ability to work together towards a common goal. I recently saw that there is a housing plan, and I quickly looked through it. I think pages 12, 14, and 20 all talk about developing land in town that are sacred pieces of land for people. The Fitzgerald tract, there is the Chestnut Grove, there's the dog park, there's the cornfields, there's the gardens that people like. I can't imagine that this is a place that people want to see high-density development. All of the other tracts in town that are publicly owned or owned by this town also are listed there. We really need to have a reconsideration in terms of what we're doing, what the strategy of the town is, and how that reflects the voice of the people. Thank you very much.
Kathy Wick, I live on Rimmen Road. It seems that the first selectman made a bit of a mistake when he accepted an incomplete POCD draft from the Town Plan and Zoning Commission back in July, thus starting a clock that expires tonight. I don't believe we've gotten an explanation for that error. Can you tell us how and why that happened?
The TPZ sends out the document, we receive it, we acknowledge it, and when they send it out, we acknowledge it, and that starts the clock. That's
Okay.
the explanation.
But if it was substantially incomplete, couldn't it have been rejected? Why does a
We have
very
6
incomplete document need to be accepted?
They give us time for us to review it and come to that conclusion. That's part of the process. That's the process that we are in right now.
So you reviewed it and as incomplete and decided to accept it anyway? Is that what you're saying?
It's not a matter, we haven't accepted anything. We've been provided the document for review. We are reviewing it. That's the process.
Okay.
As far as accepting the document, we either endorse the document, our charge is to either endorse the document or reject the document. That's the process we're in right now.
May I ask a clarifying question
Please.
perhaps to Nick? I know we're not supposed to discuss, but in hearing that, when so TPZ gave it to us, and we acknowledge, just by getting it, that means the clock starts?
No.
Okay. So what officially starts the clock?
I will attempt to explain this.
And I know the statutes were in our packet. I don't know if the statutes explain that.
I mean, yeah,
But-
I mean, the
but if-
statutes lay it out. Everyone is confusing this whole start the clock.
Yeah, so
Concept.
clarify it for us, please.
I will.
Thank you.
Let me pull up the actual statute so that I can cite. Why don't we continue and
Are you comfortable
I'll do that.
with that? I don't want to disrupt your public.
No, that's fine. I can wait or continue and you can
Please
clarify this
continue.
after.
Yeah.
You want me to
Continue while
continue
he's
now?
looking.
Please.
Okay. Certainly, it's obvious from the large amount of criticism this draft has generated that it is what is sometimes called an inferior work product. This doesn't surprise me, since my observation of the series of meetings that TPC had with their consultant revealed that the TPZ members did not do their homework. Each meeting, they seemed to approach the document in front of them as if they'd never seen it before. They were supposed to do advance work, but the frequent, long, uncomfortable silences in the room in response to questions from the consultant indicated that that work had not been done. Perhaps this is why they are so far behind schedule and have allowed the existing POCD to expire. Given the flaws in this draft, I suggest that the BOS should vote to reject it and direct the TPZ to do their job and do it right. This document is meant to guide the town for the next decade. While it is of course problematic to miss the deadline, it is much more important to get it right.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to make comment with regard to the POCD?
Thank you, Kathy.
Hi, I'm Sarah. I've lived in this town for 13 years now. And I chose to live in this town 13 years ago, and again 5 years ago when I moved within town, because I thought my values aligned with this town's values. Those values include education, a small community feel where we have kindness and know each other, and open spaces, nature. The cultural diversity was an added perk. But when I talk to people in town, it's not surprising that they value the same things, nature and education. And that's because that's really all we have. And that's not a bad thing. We don't have the beach, we don't have a university, and that's fine. But that's what unites us, and that's our core value. And please, if I misspeak, let me know, but I believe you were all elected to serve the people and to foster the values of this community. And even your own surveys you put out. Number 1 value, open space. Number 2 is schools. Housing's not on here. Your plans for the next 10 years, number 1, schools, economic development, open space, housing, and historic preservation. Despite my house being historic, and I'd wish that was higher, dead last. So last week, when we heard that conservation and development are in conflict with each other, and given the values of our town, I expected a plan of, well, conservation, quite frankly. A plan that had parks, a plan that had conserved land, a plan that said, hey, if you want to develop, it has to be eco-friendly, it has to have no carbon footprint. We're in one of the smartest towns in one of the most educated states. And we couldn't find a way to make this harmonious. Now, I, on the other hand, don't believe that it has to be in conflict with each other. I think, yeah, it takes hard work. It takes an open mind. It takes looking outside the box. But they can work together. And I think one great example of this is Massaro Farm. It's something in this town that I'm proud of. It's something that brings our community together. It enhances education with public services. And I think it does align with our value of being stewards of this land. There's empty places down in the commercial district. If you rebuilt one of those and put affordable housing above and retail spaces below, I think that's something that could benefit our town, and not one tree is lost. So I know a lot of other people have spoken that are experts in their own areas about all the reasons why this housing hungry initiative has been rushed, poorly communicated. It's going to have disastrous effects on our schools because we have schools in nature. So that's why people are coming here. People aren't coming to walk to the university. We don't have a university here. They're not coming to go to the beach. We don't have a beach. They're coming for the schools. Our schools are going to be overcrowded. The experts on affordability have said that all of our taxes are going up by this. That's the expert. I'm not the expert, they're the expert. You're not the experts as far as I know in finances, they are, and that's what they've said.
I'm sorry, who are they?
These are financial planners that are people of this town that have spoken on prior public comments. Now, I've also been told by you guys that you don't answer to other commissions like the Town Planning and Zoning. And if we have criticisms, they go to them. But I was under the impression that you guys were the leaders of this town and that you set the tone. And if you tell all of the appointed representatives of this town and all of the elected representatives that these are our values and that every decision they make should answer to the values of the people in this community, then they will follow. And that is what a leader does. And I don't expect perfection from our leaders, but I do expect communication. I expect that if more information becomes available, opinion should change. That's what science tells us. And I believe that if an idea is not good, you reject it, you go back to the drawing board, and you come up with something better. Because we're smart and we can do that, and we can work hard. And that's the representation that I think this town deserves and that you were elected to do. So I sincerely thank you for your time, and I know we can do better.
Thank you. Good.
I'm Sharon DeCott, 94 Center Road.
Just wondering, Nick, do we have clarity yet?
Sure,
Okay. Should we wait?
you tell me.
I wonder if we should, just because we limited time.
Okay.
For
Good
public
call, good
comment,
call.
and we'll have a POCD discussion on our agenda, maybe we can
Okay.
take it up then and allow for.
I just
as
know it
much
was
of a-
asked by someone
Right.
who commented, so
Right.
maybe at the end or
Yeah.
okay. Sorry, Sharon.
No problem. I just wanted to say one thing that I got right and one thing that I got wrong. One thing that I got right, I think, is from talking to people, is truly, like this person before us, is how much we do value open space in our town. And one thing that I got wrong was thinking that the Conservation Commission was a very sleepy committee and there'd be no work. Sorry.
Speaking of the microphone, please.
Okay. So I know you guys, I imagine, or I suppose you guys got the paper that we wrote.
Yes, we did.
I'm just wondering, I don't really have more to say than that. That seems like plenty, but do we need it read into the record is my question.
I don't think so.
I don't feel
No?
we need to have it
Okay.
read into the record.
I'm
It
just
is-
emphasizing that people who watch this might want to have access to it somehow.
It
So
will be a
hopefully it'll
document
be-
that will be accessible,
Okay.
Sharon, but
Well, can I
it
just-
was intended for us to consider. And I
Yes,
think that's what we're
and
doing.
I appreciate that. I guess want to say that as a Conservation Commission and committee, we don't think this is an adequate plan that reflects our best effort, and we'd like to do everything we can to support it being a better effort, and we're willing to collaborate with TP&Z to make that happen.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Sure.
Yes, please. Anyone else like to make public comment on the POCD?
Just make a
No,
note.
Amy,
He's solely POCD.
this is POCD.
Lots of public comment happening these days.
This is a hearing, not a public.
This, yes,
This is-
public hearing
this is
on
a
the
hearing.
POCD.
Thank you
On the
for the
POCD.
clarification. I'm sorry, I just was pulling up my notes. Diana McCarthy Mercury. 18 Ranch Road, not to keep you all in suspense. Sorry. I'm just trying to pull something up because I am the least prepared for this meeting. I'm sorry, it's getting there. Okay, great, thanks, got it. So I intended to send you this document ahead of time, and it's slowly loading because we have the fastest Wi-Fi in the state of Connecticut at this location. I meant to send you this document ahead of time, but when I had the privilege of working for the town of Branford as the sustainability and compliance manager, I got to work with a lot of wonderful people, one of which was Harry Smith, town planner, who led the charge behind the town of Branford's POCD when they wrote it and published it in 2019. So I had to, as the sustainability manager, correspond back and forth with that document and others within the town and other organizations to make sure that we were following the action plans that were set out in front of us. One of it, was this great idea of like all transit, district where we could connect all of our walking trails through town and bring people into points of interest, right? Certainly Branford has a few more than we do, but, due to its location. But it was a great document that guided a lot of my work as the sustainability manager. We talked about pollinator pathways and their version of a climate resiliency fund, which was a coastal resiliency fund, which helped to guide the idea of areas that are high frequency. Sorry, I know there's a distraction going on.
You're good? You're just
Are we
sitting
good?
down.
Okay, sorry, everybody's looking over there. I don't want to distract you from what you're paying attention to. So, one thing was this coastal resiliency fund, which was meant to be a funding mechanism for properties in town that were frequently hit by, extreme weather. So they had a lot of coastal flooding. We don't happen to be on the coast, but we have a lot of flooding in areas, the lower district of Woodbridge, right? Where frequently, if weather events become stronger and stronger and rains become heavier and heavier, the stormwater runoff really has very limited places where it can go, right? And we've developed so much that it can no longer use the earth as a sponge, and so the water runs off, right? So this mechanism that they put in their plan of conservation and development was really interesting because it was how do we identify properties of concern that are frequently having to rebuild, right, having to restore, repair, and use these funds to say to folks, hey, maybe the area we're living in is such a high frequency area, why don't we strike a bargain and pay you value for your property using FEMA dollars, state dollars, and this resiliency fund, and help get people out of the way of harm, help them relocate, and then decommission that and recapture some of the developed space so we had more green space to capture that stormwater runoff, those high tides, things like that, right? So that was one example of how the connections and the partnerships and the stakeholders work together to develop an action item that has been very successful, right? So they funded it for $1 million at first, and then there's a reoccurring fee that goes in there every year. Don't we wish we had that kind of money to play around with for funding areas? And I think Woodbridge can at some point in time. We will get there.
Diana,
But-
so that was tax funded? That was from the budget?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because the state has the climate resiliency fund.
Yes.
So
The state got the Climate
Yeah.
Resiliency Fund because the brilliant mind of Jim Finch, the director of finance there, actually worked to write the legislation because towns are creatures of the state. Towns can't make regulations or any movements if they don't have it already predetermined in statute by the state that we can do so, right? Hence conservation commissions, hence TPZs, other things that are said in the statute, right? So, right, the state created the Climate Resiliency Fund, and therefore the town was able to do that as well. And they put some funding in there, and they would match it with federal and state funding to offset the cost of decommissioning some of these properties to help hedge all the other residents against this continuous flooding that happened more frequently. Now, that's one example. But Brantford, when we created the Plan of Conservation and Development, used a steering committee, right? So it wasn't just one commission in charge interviewing a few people. They had a steering committee which had a representative from TPZ, from conservation, from the trees, sorry, they have an actual like tree committee there, from economic development, from housing, from everybody, right? And together they created something that was really by the town, for the town, and helped guide the town and the departments, and everybody worked in lockstep. My reflection on what I've seen from the POCD is like the opposite side of that scale, right? So what we see here, what this draft plan is, to me, really more resembles a plan to ask the city of New Haven and its largest employers, what are your housing needs and how can we put them here in Woodbridge? There is nothing connected behind that. Even the input from the residents during the POCD survey process highlighted the things that were important to them. And that beautiful bar graph that was presented to all of us didn't even make it into the Plan of Conservation and Development draft for Woodbridge. So that's a concern. I think we can do better. Before I gave a quote, and I'll challenge anybody to finish it for me. Do the best that you can, that you know how to do until you know better. And then when you know better, do better. There we go. So we can do better, and I think we should do better because we need to leave this place in as best shape as we possibly can for our future generations. And we do them a disservice by not coordinating all of our wonderful, brilliant minds in this town on a project like the POCD. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to make comments? Folks, I should have said it in the beginning. We did say at our last meeting when we indicated we would continue this, that we would minimize it we'll hold it to about 30 minutes. So if there's anyone else who would like to speak on the POCD.
Hi,
Mr. Salato.
Donald Salato, 3 Knollwood Road. I keep thinking of the movie Groundhog Day.
Well, we have had 3 hearings, so that's understandable.
Thanks. Last week, I watched a meeting, and frankly, with growing concern and incredulity, Mr. First Selectman, you used the word conflict 3 or 4 times in describing how you feel a plan of conservation and development is normal. The whole purpose of zoning, and in particular a comprehensive town plan of conservation and development, is to avoid conflict. It's to have a harmonious, synergistic, mutually complementary scheme of development, conservation, and balance, which maintains and enhances our town. You seem to think that the document should be, the natural way of the document is for it to be at war with itself.
That's not what I said, Mr. Slato.
You said it was in conflict, sir.
No, I said there were
You
areas
s-
that
you-
would
you
be in
said, You
conflict.
said, sir, that conservation and development are in conflict. That's what you said. You said it 3 or 4 times.
They can
You
be in
own it.
conflict.
You own it.
They can be in
And
conflict.
because you said it that way and voiced it that way, it seems to me that you're in favor of codifying conflict and engendering the same for the next 10 years for this town.
Well, I'm hopeful that it only seems that way to you, because that's not the case.
You
So-
know,
I'm just telling you.
review the tape, sir.
I will.
And I want to say something else, that with respect to the 10-year renewal and refreshment, it's the state scheme, and you've made it very clear that's important. We need to get grants, because if we're not in compliance with our 10-year renewal and refreshment, we may lose the opportunity to gain grants. Well, I don't think the state has in mind to grant money to a town which codifies a document which puts itself perpetually at war for 10 years.
Thank you.
I think you need to bone up on that.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Does anyone else like to make any comments in regard to the POCD? Seeing no one, we will close this, the continuation of the public hearing for the comments on the draft POCD. We will move to the next item on our agenda, which is the public hearing to receive comments on the proposal of the housing ordinance in accordance with section 4.5B1 of the Charter of the Town of Woodbridge. I now call this public hearing to order to receive comments. The legal notice was published in the New Haven Register on August 29th, 2025. Is there a motion to waive the reading of the legal notice?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second. You got me, I think.
All in favor? With that, we will open up the hearing, and we are now in the hearing for the
Housing Commission.
for the Housing Commission ordinance. Would anyone like to speak on the, with regard to the Housing Commission ordinance?
I'll go first. Hello. Amy Morella, Ribbon Road. Just as by way of a reminder, I reviewed this document in an earlier form on April, and I did so while acknowledging to you all that I looked at it with a Sharpie pen, because it used to be my job to review regulation drafts when I was an attorney at the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. So I'm here to discuss the revised draft. And first I want to thank you for considering my comments of April and for incorporating some of my suggestions. The current draft is a considerable improvement. I do, however, question the change from 9 members to 6. You provided no explanation why you changed the ordinance from an odd number to an even numbered committee.
I'm happy to address that, Amy, since this is a hearing. We discussed it at length at our last meeting when we pushed this forward, and we discussed it at length in our ordinance meeting, and it was about representation and minority representation. So at 9 members, which I thought was a bit heavy at the time, we had initially landed on that because the ratio of majority to minority is 6 to 3. and at 6, it's 4 and 2. When you move to 7 or 8, you get a 5 and 2 sort of minority representation, and it was a strong feeling of some of our members that we should keep that ratio, but we don't need such a large commission as to have 9 on it. So
Well-
we did discuss it at length at our July meeting.
I appreciate the explanation. I do wonder, though, however, whether you considered a separate provision of the charter, which is section 75-11, regarding boards and commissions, which generally provides that where the membership of a board or commission is an even number, quote, in the event of a tie vote, the chairperson shall be entitled to an additional vote,
We
end quote.
noted that and discussed it at length.
And I can tell you that I think in the area of housing in particular, which has been an area of controversy for this town, that I think it would be ill-advised to create the possibility of a tie-breaking double vote. I think it would be better for the community if the Housing Commission had to reach majority agreement if it cannot reach unanimity. That would be my own concern about, reason for being concerned about having 6 members with a possibility of a double vote.
Totally understood. We discussed that exactly.
All right. In my next comment, I would suggest that the ordinance still needs to be revised in the sense that so that it says, as I suggested in April of 2025, that the ordinance direct the Housing Commission to advise on, quote, ways to offer housing opportunities for people at all levels of income and stages of life, end quote. The current draft instead speaks of, quote, ways to create and maintain housing opportunities, end quote. Now, I use the term offer, not create and maintain, because offer is a correct verb, and the broader scope verb that includes the authority of TPZ to issue zoning regulations applicable to private property. TPZ cannot create and maintain housing. It can offer opportunities, right? So I think that the problem with the language is that you are actually, and the Housing Commission would be giving advice and recommendations for both TPZ and Board of Selectmen action, and they have distinct roles and jurisdictions, so the ordinance has to be crafted to encompass the actions that might be taken by either of these entities, the TPZ or the Board of Selectmen. So rather than have confusion about the language, I think it would be better to go to offer. And I say that again, that would be what I would recommend to anybody at EPA if I were at EPA. So I'm also concerned that my call for more public participation has been ignored. As we all know, the 2022 Affordable Housing Plan was adopted in a rush fashion, which precluded substantial opportunity for residents to review and comment on the draft plan. And some version of this problem has just happened again. I understand the Housing Committee has submitted some proposed revisions to the Affordable Housing Plan without inviting the public specifically to participate in the revision process. Now, I know they have an opportunity for public comment in their regular meetings, but it's different than actually solicit people to say, we're revising it, what do you think, as opposed to just an ordinary course. I do think, given that this document, the Affordable Housing Plan, is incorporated into the town's Plan of Conservation and Development, and it's cited actually in applications submitted to the Town Plan and Zoning Commission, as it has been by the applicant for 804 Fountain Street, that there's a particular importance to being sure that there's been opportunity for public input into the Affordable Housing Plan and any revisions thereof.
Maybe just to clarify, I know that they generally put on their agenda what they're, and it's been months, it's been quite some time, as a matter of fact, due in large part to comments like yours and Kathy's in public comment that they've been working on revising. We have ourselves indicated that in many instances that they're working on revising. And I don't know the rules, and Nick can probably clarify this, but I don't think they're in a position to call for a public hearing or anything along those lines. That's something that the Board of Selectmen would do. So I'm not sure. I just want to clarify in terms of when you say more public input, it's what is it that you would have expected them to do to garner that additional input? So we can maybe do better next time.
Yeah, so I don't know the parameters of whether it should be a public hearing or a public forum or what it should be. I think it would be helpful to have something that actually is in their charge that emphasizes the importance of public input in this instance, because there is a process. There was a whole debate when the Affordable Housing Plan was originally passed as to whether or not there was a public hearing. We were told there was going to be a public hearing. Then Attorney Weiner said, no, you don't have to have a public hearing. All that I think the members of the public were looking for was a chance to really review the draft and have a chance to be heard. And as I said, I acknowledge that there's been public comment. What there hasn't been is any real advertising of the fact that they're revising the Affordable Housing Plan. And if you would like to know something about it, sorry guys, but I do not watch your meetings. So what you discuss, I don't even look at your agendas most of the time unless I hear about it. I expect I'm actually paying more attention than the average person in town. But housing is extremely much a topic in our conversation in this town right now. So I'm just saying that I think it would be better if, for something like the plan itself, that any changes to it be codified in this ordinance that establishes the Housing Commission, that you place value on public input. That's all I'm saying, and that it should go through a process. As far as I'm aware, you all, I'm not aware that you go through a process of a public hearing either, even if you receive this draft.
We can call a public hearing for what we feel is appropriate. So if there was going to be a public hearing, it would be the Board of Selectmen to call it. Nick, correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't think there's a specific provision for that, because that's what Jerry Weiner said.
There's a difference between doesn't need to be and not doing it. Or we could call for public comment on a very particular item. It's how people come in and tell us what they're wanting when we have something on the agenda.
Yeah,
So
it's
I'll
at
leave
the
it to
Board
Nick.
of Selectmen's discretion. If there's something within this board's authority to act upon, this board has the ability to, however we dice the semantics of it, call it a public hearing, call it public comment. I mean, this
Call it
board
an
can
open
still
house.
set up opportunities for the public to come in and do what everyone has been doing.
Well, okay, so the thing that's confusing, okay, is that is contrary to sort of what a previous council was saying. But more so than that, there's nothing in any document in the town of Woodbridge that indicates at this point that the selectmen, whether it's this board or a future board, in considering an affordable housing plan, will be sure to provide an opportunity for public input. And in contradiction to that, we have an actual practice of April 2022, it was May of 2022, where it was an extremely rushed process and there wasn't a opportunity for public input. We then have an applicant citing an incorrect public affordable housing plan, which I hope in part has been corrected, although probably not to the extent that I would suggest it should be corrected. That was cited by applicants coming to TPZ. It's cited in the POCD. I don't know whether it's going to be this revised version or whether it's the current version that's cited in the draft that you have. I mean, there's just a lot of need for a document of this importance to be assured that there is going to be an opportunity for substantial public input. And I don't see it in this housing ordinance at this time. So I don't see anything that's in a document of the town saying that the Board of Selectmen is going to have that.
And I guess, being that this is with regard to the Commission on Housing Commission, I don't recall in looking at a number of the Board and Commission charges where it indicates specifics beyond those that, like TPZ, like the Board of Selectmen, where they have the ability. So I'm actually asking the question. I'm wondering what would be in the ordinance, in the charge here, that would be consistent with what we do with the other boards and commissions that speaks to that. Because
so the point is that this is not a regular board and commission, right? Because it drafts an affordable housing plan that actually feeds into the TPZ. When the Recreation Commission does a plan, it doesn't automatically have that clout in terms of the plan for the town as a whole for the next 10 years. This document has extraordinary significance, right? It's statutorily required. it's not the same as the rec commission. The rec commission could never do a plan. They could say, we're
Conservation
fine,
has
we're
a-
everything we want.
Conservation has a plan that they put together as well.
They do have
That's
an open space, yes.
Correct. And I think
Yes, yes.
certainly I would expect that TPZ would be paying attention to that and that would
Unfortunately,
be-
not in this instance, but I would certainly
Right.
hope so in the
So
regular course,
It seems like
yes.
consistent with that and along the same lines, so.
Right. They have actually a statutory provisions that control the Conservation Commission. I did not look at the Conservation Commission statutory provisions, what those are in terms of the open space. Fair enough. What I am saying is you are creating a new commission, and you have an opportunity as a board of selectmen to say that we really care about public input when it comes to the affordable housing plan. And all I'm asking is that you put in here that before they submit a recommended affordable housing plan, that they actually have an opportunity, whether it's called a public forum, a public hearing, whatever you want to call it, where they solicit public input on the draft before it is presented to you. And frankly, I would suggest, and it's in my comments, which I will leave in writing, is that they would have to then either adopt or respond in writing to all the comments.
Thank you.
And that way, you all in receiving it, or whoever is in the Board of Selectmen at that point would know that the public had received an opportunity to comment. These were their comments, and they were either incorporated or they were rejected, and this is why. I think that's just, as I said, that's an opportunity to be sure that something that's such a vital topic would be included, and so that's why I suggested it. I want to make one.
Amy, just to address
Yeah.
that directly, I just, in terms of the logic of what's here, in letter C there, the recommendation to the Board of Selectmen amendments or modifications to the Affordable Housing Plan was done specifically so that we receive it and then can offer opportunity for the public to make comment on it. So we did have that discussion, and that it was specific that they make those recommendations to the Board of Selectmen so that this body
Oh, I
can then
understand.
have it. So
I do understand that, but there's
that was-
nothing.
I understand your comment. I just
Given that the last Board of Selectmen to accept affordable housing plan, the first
Heard.
one, didn't have any opportunity, I'm just very leery of it, so that's why I'm offering this
Understood.
suggestion. If I could, I'd like to just make one more point, which is
Please.
about your agenda. There's nothing in your agenda after this hearing about about this document, this draft document. So it's my understanding that that this ordinance will not be discussed by the Board of Selectmen in this evening subsequent to this, because there's nothing in your agenda. You'll have to discuss it at a subsequent Board of Selectmen meeting,
Or,
because you
yes,
don't have anything on there.
I appreciate it.
So,
Thank
just
you.
wanted to, may have been inadvertent on your part, but I just wanted to notice that that was there, unlike the POCD discussion,
Thank
which
you.
appears later on. Thank you very
Number
much.
7?
So I just had a couple of
That's
things that I wanted
you wanna
to
ask questions?
contribute. Yeah,
I'm just gonna write my
so
name down.
having served on the board that considered the recommendation from that previous ad hoc for our affordable housing plan.
Yeah.
My understanding at that time was that we had the option to notice a public hearing, and that there were rules if we were to have a public hearing regarding how many days' notice. My understanding was we did have that option, and we decided not to do it.
Well-
Not that we did not have the option.
Okay, well, that's my point. So then you should put it in the ordinance that the housing committee does it, so at
Right.
least we know at some point, there's an opportunity for public comment.
So that is what we were told. That was legal advice at the time. I know our attorney is going to talk to us more, not maybe specific to this, but other guidance he could offer. It does seem to me that if the Board of Selectmen chooses to do a public hearing, we certainly can do a public hearing. We're not required to, though.
Okay.
If we have one, there's a certain amount of notice. That's the only thing I understood from the previous go-round.
Okay.
And then the other thing I just wanted to mention, at the beginning, you talked a little bit about the tie vote. And we had previously discussed that. My understanding of how tie vote, the chairman casting a tie vote would operate is not only if you had a 6-member committee and you had a tie vote, but if you had a 7-member committee, if you had a 9-member committee, and people were absent or abstaining, any tie vote could then be a second vote by the chairman to break the tie. So that was part of our thinking, that no matter what we set the membership at, you could still have a tie. I understand your point that you don't believe that tie votes should be broken by a chairman on such an important topic as this, I understand that completely, but I don't think the number of people we assign to it would necessarily hinder or preclude that from happening, because people could be absent or people could
So
abstain.
that wasn't readily obvious to me reading that section, I suppose.
Well, maybe that's a
It could
legal
be.
interpretation
Yeah,
that
yeah,
I'm
but-
not an attorney and
Yeah.
I'm not making a legal
No, I
interpretation.
agree with that.
Okay.
I mean, I think it is within the bounds of one could interpret it that way. I think the issue of a tie vote more naturally comes up when it's an even-membered board.
Well, that's a-
It's a more higher
Might be more,
probability
yeah.
to some extent.
Yeah.
I think that's a great topic to take up in
Yeah,
charter review.
yeah, it may be that
Revision,
it's something
or
that's more
education
general.
board and commission members, so that they fully understand going in any event of a tie, this is how it's gonna happen. So, I think educating our members of boards and commissions is a really important topic as well.
We're changing
Yeah.
changing the charter so that
Can't
it
happen.
doesn't get 2 votes, because under normal circumstances.
I think this is just an
a tie
ordinance.
vote fails.
It is just an ordinance.
It's just an ordinance, it's not part of the charter.
Okay, we maybe want to change, we could also change that.
Could just be a
ordinance.
tie is a tie.
Yeah, tie is a tie
Just be-
and action
We,
fits.
Yeah.
we
Alright.
could change that ordinance because it probably is,
But out of curiosity, is that language appropriate to integrate into the ordinance of the housing commission?
no, we could just change the other one.
No, it's a separate
The
provision.
text.
That's actually one other thing that if you're gonna be looking at your ordinances, you should also note that section 75-1 should be amended to include the housing commission, because it lists all the other commissions, boards, and agencies in the town that are not specified in the town charter.
We actually had that, Amy, on an earlier draft that must
there you
have gotten dropped
Yeah.
out,
See?
so duly noted.
So
So it's
while.
been almost 30 years, but I haven't forgotten how to read regs.
Very good. So while we're on that topic, though, I also just wanted to flag that it looks like the Agricultural Commission is out of order.
Correct.
And should in fact be 17, and
That's
this
correct.
should be 18. So I don't know if that's the type of Scrivener's error that doesn't require major changes, but I would want to see agricultural take the place of what had been the CCW committee, which was rescinded. And then you keep the order that they were pre.
Would anyone else like to make comment in regard to the housing, please?
This is a hearing, isn't it?
Okay, this time I did my research while I was in my seat, so I already have it pulled up. And thank you for providing a space to provide input during this public hearing, right? Okay, so one thing, I have some notes, take them or leave them, no offense taken, just regarding ways that we can continue to integrate housing and conservation together, and just development and buildings in general with conservation and the environment. And we've seen this done in other places. I do want to say, for the record, we had a joint meeting scheduled, and housing was gracious enough to let us cancel because we all had open houses that night at various schools. So, but we are taking steps to bring our commission and committee, future commission, together so that we are working collaboratively and not in silos where we feel like we need to combat, I guess to use the word, items, you know, as they come up, pain points, so we can, you know, clear the air and know that, you know, conservation doesn't equal hating development, and development doesn't equal hating the environment. There's ways that they can collaborate together, and I'll give you an example of some in a minute, but in the meantime, I think it's important, and I don't know if this is appropriate for the ordinance draft that's there, but there has been some concern about public comment, and Sharon and I know you're talking about commissions that don't necessarily vote 100% unanimous, like the Conservation Commission typically does, but you know, we are in lockstep where we feel that it's important to place public comment in all of our meetings so that we create the space for folks to give us input as to how we're doing or what they'd like us to focus on. So that would be one recommendation maybe that you can add there if as appropriate. The other thing is in the Housing Commission, you talk about ways that they assess the housing needs for the town of Woodbridge and identify any barriers and resources for creating and maintaining that. I would love to see you write in there and incorporate data and input from the Conservation Commission, so that if they are identifying certain properties or they want to talk about the access to green space for where development goes or how it connects folks to parks or our trail systems, we would love to have the opportunity to provide that. And also, you know, collaborate with them on projects that are before them. We've seen it also on other commissions where there's actually a seat for a member of the Conservation Commission to be on there. I don't know if it settles any tie vote questions, or if it's ex officio or whatnot. Also want to point out that if you aren't attending, you can also proxy your vote, right, to another member for anything of importance. But
No, you can't.
you can't do that? Okay, so, all right, then, well, not proxy the vote, but if you can add ex officio or some seat for conservation so that there's always a seat at the table for us, that would be great. And then part of the annual report, file an annual report with the Board of Selectmen and the Town Planning and Zoning. I would just commission, I would also love and the Conservation Commission to be added ... to that line. That would be great, so we can provide valuable insight to our counterparts, and maybe start to incorporate some of that healthy, sustainable housing aspects to that. It would also be great in B if you can add research ways to create more diverse, affordable housing options that like uphold the character or the feel of the town. You know, something in there so that it's, and I think there was something like that in TPCs as well. And then would it be possible for plans that come before them that they work with the Architectural Review Board or subcommittee on any of those projects so that we don't get ourselves into the sticky wicket we're in right now, arguing about roof pitches. So those are my suggestions. Thank you for being open to hearing them. Now, I know this town is a little bigger than the town of Woodbridge, but in the city of Boston, they do have a housing development group, you know, that works with TPZ, Boston Planning and Development Agency. They work in lockstep with the Boston Housing Authority and other agencies, and they have been able to integrate environmental design into their projects, right? And I promise I will forward you a housing project that they've done recently in cooperation with the Land Trust, so that they are able to provide green space. But also in here, some of their projects have incorporated passive house community, which is an effort to make sure that our buildings are reducing their, you know, using the natural environment and design so that they are reducing the energy and resource consumption that they need, switching to all electric so we don't have to worry about indoor air quality for things like that, and then increasing access to green space and making sure they're adding the connectivity for folks who are living in different developments within town. We want to make sure that they can integrate and access and enjoy the green space that we all have come here to know and love. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I had one question with regard to the Architectural Review Board. I'm not entirely clear, and maybe our attorney can help us with this. Is that sort of guided by regulation, the zoning regulations, and TPZ's ballywick more than we would put it into housing?
Yeah, the ARB is entirely a creature of the zoning regs.
Yes.
Right. So if we were putting it here, we would really be creating a problem potentially, and we should be leaving it to TPZ.
Thank
perhaps.
you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to make public comment?
This is a hearing, right?
I'm sorry. Would anyone else like to comment during the public hearing? Thank you, David.
Good
Good evening, and I am Kathy Hunter, and I chair the Housing Committee. And on behalf of the committee, we just wanted to provide some comments regarding the proposed ordinance for the Housing Commission. And overall, we felt the language was broad enough to really accomplish the purpose of the commission. We do feel, however, that the commission should really consist of 7 members, and not so much the tie votes, but it would just provide us a cushion to have a quorum. So to have 7 members as opposed to 6 members would just, would give us a little advantage to have a quorum. Because if you don't have a quorum, then you can't have a meeting. Also, in terms of membership, we recommend having the following serve as ex officio non-voting members of the commission, and that would include the town planner and also a member of the Planning and Zoning Commission. And this was language that was in Guilford's Housing Commission ordinance, which really serves as an excellent blueprint for ordinance. We cannot stress enough the importance of ensuring that planning is incorporated in the ordinance.
May I just respond and ask a question? Because we don't have a staff town planner. We've had fruitful discussion as a board, and often that lands in disagreement on the benefit of a consultant town planner. So if that recommendation were integrated, what does that mean for us in terms of the existence of a town planner?
We have a town planner in the budget, so we expect that
This,
we will have a town planner
now we
this
do,
year.
but like, I didn't vote for that, and future boards might not support that. So maybe this is a statement more than a question, but I don't know that that's a feasible thing for us, because we don't have a staff town planner, and we don't all agree on having a planner in the future. There might not always be one in the budget.
Well, I think insofar as there is a town planner, it's just really important to have that planning component in a housing commission, and that's the point that we're trying to make. Planning is really important when it comes to housing. So I would hope and pray that, the town would consider having a town planner, because I feel it's desperately needed in town to move this.
So one other thing to note, in this ordinance, the way it's written, we're saying that all members shall be electors of the town of Woodbridge. So if the town planner doesn't live here in town, he or she is not an elector. So that would.
I thought you said that they were ex officio members. You
Ex
were
officio,
recommending them as ex
non-voting
officios.
members, right.
So they would be non-voting
ex officio
members.
member
Still.
or member, elector, non-elector? As opposed to staff, if a town planner is attending as staff, we have staff attend, they're not members of the board, though. So if we're talking about the ordinance, the change to the ordinance, and we're talking about members here, we're not talking about staff at all in the ordinance. So to your point, if it doesn't exist in the future,
Okay.
the Board of Selectmen would, I assume, be in charge of staffing these boards and commissions, right? We also don't talk about a clerk to take minutes here. So those are staffing decisions, and those could be held by people who are electors, not electors. But if an ex officio member is likely a member.
I agree, yeah. I don't think you could distinguish just because we're calling someone ex officio, they don't need to be a resident.
Right.
Okay.
So we couldn't add it to the commission. We could certainly staff this commission, or a future Board of Selectmen could staff this commission any way it chooses, including with a town plan.
Okay, whatever way it would work. This did come from Guilford, and Guilford does have a planner that's on staff, that's a staff member. If that doesn't, I don't think we thought all the way through that Woodbridge may have a planner that's not an employee, but in any case, even if it's staff, I think the point that we're making here is that the planning component needs to be integrated in a housing commission if you truly want to have an effective commission that's really going to help promote housing opportunities in Woodbridge. That's the point we're trying to make here.
Does the current housing committee have access to a planner? Did you when you were making your
We
housing
did have
plan?
access to a planner, and were able to bounce off a lot of
I'm sorry, when you were making the the affordable housing plan?
the affordable housing plan back in
2022, yeah.
We worked with a planning firm, a consulting firm, RKG, that was provided to us by the SCROG.
Okay.
Also,
Catherine, may I just, I'm sorry
yes, sir.
but, so you're recommending these ex officio members, you called out TPZ and town planner. We've heard other remarks, and we actually had a discussion in the early stages of drafting this ordinance on ex officio membership. What about Conservation Commission? What about Agriculture Commission? I mean, there's really no limit to the overlap between land use planning, right? So,
right, I agree, and maybe if you could allow me to finish
Okay,
what I have
certainly.
to say, I could
Okay, I'm
probably
sorry.
respond to that.
Sure.
I just, big emphasis here is the planning. Planning is really important, but it's really important to interact with all commissions. So we recommend the following that could fall under powers and duties, and that is to advise and interact with other town committees and commissions and other municipal agencies to develop and expand affordable housing in the town of Woodbridge. And this was also derived from the Guilford ordinance. I did meet once with the ordinance committee, and I will say I did bring language in that came from the state's recommendation on the future growth of, this commission on the state's future growth. I think that's the name of the commission. And they had recommendations for what should be in a housing committee. And they did recommend other committees and commissions to be on there, including Conservation, Board of Ed, Social Services. I mean, there should be other committee and commissions that, interact with the Housing Commission or even be on the Housing Commission, because you need to have all those, ideas and perspectives. So I don't disagree with a lot that was said tonight. So that was, so just to repeat, to advise and interact with other town committees and commissions and other municipal agencies, develop and expand affordable housing in the town of Woodbridge, because we also found it helpful to interact with other town agencies to just kind of bounce off ideas. And not that this, the language here would limit us, but we just wanted to make sure that we were allowed to do that if it wasn't expressly said. So in closing, the Housing Committee understands that this will be a new commission that will be appointed by the Board of Selectmen, but please know that current members of the Housing Committee have conveyed their interest for continuing their services in promoting housing opportunities in Woodbridge. And I just wanted to let folks know that. We have a very committed group who would like to continue service.
Thank you.
I had I guess maybe a question regarding the idea of a TP&Z member as a member, and I know we talked about it several times over. I thought we got some legal advice that would not be advisable, and that's why it's not here.
correct.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted you to be aware of that.
Legal advice that planning and zoning,
Should not be a member.
well, this is, what we're recommended is a non-voting ex officio member.
So again, I guess the question of member participating versus voting versus any of it, my understanding is no membership from TPZ. Was that
Yes.
a common understanding?
Well,
wanna
we
check this.
also discussed the need for just like
Stating
we
that.
can't, we updating the, I don't know if it's the charter or the ordinance, that no member of TPZ can serve on any other board and commission, just like BOS can't, holding them accountable to the same.
It's part of a charter revision.
Yes.
We discussed that as
Yeah.
a potential for charter revision, yes.
Yeah,
It's not-
so, but not related necessarily to this, but it came, I think
did.
it
Yes.
was, came from that conversation.
Right, so I just wanted to make sure that I understood correctly that our intention with this, even though it is not stated specifically in this enabling ordinance, we did not want to see overlap. when we do go to name them 30 days from the time at which we enact this ordinance. Is that, am I right with that, or am I?
I'm sorry. what do you
Between
mean?
the
We did not want TPZ
TPZ.
members serving on the Housing Commission.
I mean, that is going against best practices in the state, where the state has said that, they specifically call out that a member of planning and zoning should be on a housing committee. So that you're just, for whatever reason, it's going against best practices in the state and other committees throughout
So
the state.
I would like further legal guidance on this, because my understanding from the town attorney was not in keeping with what you're saying. But I'll let him speak for himself.
Yeah, I mean, I don't quite recall making a specific legal opinion that that was not permissible. We did talk about how there are some number one, the local charter provisions and the local code provisions that apply to municipal agencies and to boards and commissions and memberships are completely different from town to town. So what Guilford has, I don't know, could be very different than what we have and the limitations that we have. And I think that was part of the calculus. Whoever else was on the committee helped me out here, but I remember having the discussion, and there was a logical path for, exactly the point that you made. It was raised in committee that, well, shouldn't we, draw in membership from other relevant boards and commissions, or is the intention to have this as kind of a separate body that is then going to be reporting to both the Board of Selectmen and the TPZ to do their business with that informed input?
Indeed, and we this has been more than a year process, but we looked at Guilford's as you provided and many other towns, and towns do it differently. There are housing commissions that are subcommittees of planning and zoning commissions in other towns, and we landed where we feel is right for Woodbridge, having received that feedback from you and looking at other towns. But we took into it.
There was also the avoidance of conflict of interest. People
Exactly.
on TPZ should absolutely not be involved.
That's where
Because
we're
the
going.
Developmental
report-
projects, because they will have to vote on them.
Yes.
Exactly.
And that is a clear conflict of interest, regardless of, you can provide us or me with your documentation that says towns planning and zoning should be on it, but it's clearly a conflict of interest, because they have to vote on any exception to any kinds of zoning applications, and they are literally prohibited from having outside influence to that. So we would be hamstringing our own town planning and zoning if we did that.
Well,
This is a broader discussion than what is on the table right now.
We did discuss it at length, and
We
for that
did,
reason, we rejected the
right,
option.
and we provided, I provided the report, the state report that recommended, the different memberships, and it specifically, stated the importance of having planning and zoning. It's more of the planning aspect, unfortunately here, we don't have a separate planning commission and zoning commission. Maybe that would, help things out. But planning and zoning are, naturally in conflict, but we have a planning and zoning, and you have to plan, and part of planning is housing, and you can't deny that. So, it's just the nature of the conflict that's inherent in planning and zoning.
I'm only telling you why we didn't have it in there, not that it can't be in there.
And Kathy, I disagree with the representation somehow that this is best practices to do what you're suggesting. Sure, it does not surprise me whatsoever that a state agency is suggesting that if you could have input from multiple involved stakeholders here, different boards, to the extent that your local town attorney thinks it's a good idea, then sure. But as Steve said, each town thinks about this differently, has different versions. You keep pointing to the Guilford one as your prime example of best practices. I don't think that's accurate. It comes down to the consideration and careful, thoughtful determination of the local community for how to craft it in a way that's going to be most effective for that community.
I pointed
My
to
sense-
the state report of, they had a whole working group that examined all of the affordable housing reports that were submitted. And they examined it. This was was the Commission on Connecticut's Future Development and Growth. And I'd be more than happy to send you that.
I mean, that's in the context of developing an affordable housing plan, which is not the sole task of this intended commission. So, I mean, I'm not going to continue to go back and forth on this. We've got a lot of other stuff to do.
Additionally, so yes, I do know that the committee, this was a topic that, as Steve said, in other instances, was discussed at length. So at the same token, we do understand, obviously, there are towns that have housing committees as part of their as a subcommittee of their TPC.
Right.
So obviously, as far as conflict of interest is concerned, there's some room to maneuver there if some towns are running it as a subcommittee of their TPC. But in light of what we're doing here, what I can say is that it is something that was discussed at length within the committee, and this is where they fell on it. So, but
Okay,
your input is very much noted, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, I mean, again, the main point is if you really want to have a commission that's going to be able to promote housing, you need to have a planning aspect.
Planning is an
in there.
important element of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to make comment at this public hearing?
Sharon Pat, 94 Center Road. The brief comment I want to make is that I'm sure as co-chair of the Conservation Commission, we would also love to have an environmental consultant. And it feels like what someone said is, the environment is a very complex thing and we don't know as much about it as we can. And it's an incredible resource. So I think we need to have an equal playing field if we start having somebody on TP&Z. And so I agree completely with your idea. And in addition to that, I guess that's all I really have to say is that, I mean, we would also like to have equal footing with other committees because we're a natural resource that I think we should protect. That's all.
Can I ask a question? Do we know if there are any of the state conservation agencies that would provide that type of consultation services to the town? Like if SCROG kind of weighs in on us.
Well, SCROG they have limited resources, so they are very kind and thoughtful, but their waiting list is extensive and it takes a long time. And yes, and it's a whole process to get them involved. And DEEP has been helpful for sure, and they're available. Part of, I think, what as a commission we need to do is get educated about, I mean, it's a whole nother level to get educated about what those resources are and how to utilize them, because in our typical meetings, we don't have sessions where we get as informed as we can, but we would like to be more informed, and if people have more ideas of how we can get more resources, because we can bring better information to you if we have more information.
Yes.
But, and we'd love to have representation on TPZ if you'd like to give us that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So just a clarifying, I guess, comment back, because I don't think there's anything in the ordinance as currently contemplated that precludes the new commission or any of our commissions from asking other boards and committees to give them input in their process, right? Anytime you have public comment, anybody can come to public comment, including members of boards and commissions that are outside that board. So they don't serve in an official capacity, but certainly informally advising each other is very much to be encouraged, and there's nothing here that prohibits.
And there are very few ex officios on different commissions. There are some, but there are very few. And as Sheila said, I couldn't agree more. In reality, I know that some of the commissions have taken advantage of that and have done it on a rather consistent basis in terms of asking other commissions and other resources to come in to help them in terms of what whatever their work to do, whatever work they need to do requires. So,
I think I do. I also remember our conversations, in the past year about this. Within research ways to create, I think the intent there was that our boards and commissions would collaborate in this process. And that if we started calling out specific boards to reference, there was the possibility we could leave one out. Or a future one out that could be just as valuable. So I think the intent was that all of our boards and commissions are going to collaborate. Clearly there's work to be done to help and aid that process and make that better for people, and make that collaboration better. But I think that was the intent in B.
Actually, when Chair Hunter came to our ordinance meeting and offered those same points, we carefully considered every one of those and included a lot of them, didn't preclude anything, as Mika has said. We didn't want to restrict the commission from doing their work. We wanted to enable them, but we didn't want to burden them, or we didn't want to start to oversubscribe all of our commissions to have all these crossing things. We would rather, assign the duties to and let them do their work. But we did consider all those options very carefully, and we spent a lot of time working on that and incorporated a number of them.
Thank you.
And not to mention the strategic plan again, but I'm going to mention the strategic plan again. That is the
I was going to
instrument.
if you did.
Excellent, good. I'll let you do it next time. But that is the instrument by which the Board of Selectmen gives guidance to boards and commissions. So if we want to particularly encourage a certain type of collaboration between Group 1 and Group 2, we put that in the strategic plan and then we follow up, because that's the point of the strategic plan.
Certainly opportunities. Yes, please.
Okay. Kathy Wick, Rimmon Road. Regarding the Housing Commission ordinance, I think it is much improved from the initial version presented in April, thanks in large part to the careful critique offered at that time by Amy Morella. And I would echo her point that I think that 6 is not an optimal number of members. I really dislike the ability of a chair to break tie votes in these boards and commissions. I think it's much preferable that consensus is reached, and I think I would hope that the charter revision process spends considerable time addressing that issue.
Yeah, I think we did discuss that a lot. I think you have some agreement up here.
Yeah, that's great.
A time might be better to send back for more discussion than to move forward, but to be taken up in charter revision. But it is something we discussed at length.
Okay, good. The next part of my prepared remarks is relevant to this conflict of interest problem, and it's an anecdote that may shed some light. So I appeared at last week's Housing Committee meeting and pointed out a strange situation. We currently have before Town Plan and Zoning an enormous apartment building, 804 Fountain Street, which has come in under new opportunity housing regulations. Because this application requires 12% affordable units, the application includes an affordability plan. I asked the Housing Committee members if they had read the affordability plan, and they did not indicate that they had. I assume that the chair has read it since she's also on TPZ, but the other members did not indicate that they had read the plan. I know that they've never discussed 804 Fountain Street at any of their meetings and this has been a topic in town since January. Doesn't that seem odd, that the Housing Committee has not discussed the largest housing development proposal in town history? There's a reason for that omission. The current chair of the Housing Committee is also a member of TPZ. Therefore, she cannot discuss pending zoning applications outside of TPZ meetings. This is a conflict of interest that I've pointed out several times over the last couple of years, and I'm glad to know that that's been discussed. At last week's meeting, after my public comment, one of the commissioners said it really was ridiculous that they could not discuss 804 Fountain in the Housing Committee. So at the end of the meeting, the chair recused herself and left the room. During the discussion, it came out that the members of the Housing Committee do not support the 804 Fountain proposal, but had never felt able to say so. I would suggest that when this new commission is appointed, this conflict of interest problem is kept in mind, and I'm glad to know that it has been.
Yeah,
So,
we discussed it at length.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to make public comment?
Question of order, are we talking about the ordinance now, or just ordinary public comment?
No, I'm sorry, I keep saying.
Public hearing.
Would you like
Would
to be
anyone else like
heard?
to make comment as relates to the public hearing?
I think I failed to introduce myself earlier, so doubly Robert Zasco, 6 Westward Road. But I did intend to make comment, but I'm listening to what people are saying, and I think I received the message that this document isn't going to preclude public comment. It's not going to preclude observations and information provided by other boards and commissions. It's also not promoting that either. I've been here, and I think you know as well as anybody in the room that we've had a lot of discussion about land use and zoning and housing. There's been an awful lot of people that have been concerned. Dare we repeat the past? We've got one more shot at this. Maybe we do a little bit in this document to encourage observations from others so that we don't have to deal with this going forward. Thank you.
If I might just indicate, for the most part, the other charters don't have that type of language in them either, as far as our boards and commissions are concerned. So it's not as if we're omitting it from here. It's that it doesn't exist in others as well.
Yeah, and I think this is a great thing for us to look at in terms of when charter revision and the general provisions for ordinances to guide how they interact. So promoting, we talked about it with strategic plan, but also the guiding document for all of the boards and commissions and how they might interact with each other and such. So I think there's a place for us to take this up. And I hope we move later to take action on that.
I think I will take over Sheila's job now, having been on the strategic planning committee, and say that it is in our strategic plan specifically to tell commissions and boards where we think that those kinds of collaborations are very important on specific issues. And if we had done the proper job with those boards and commissions that currently exist to make sure that the chairs actually followed our directions and to make sure that the commissions knew what our strategic plan was, probably it would be working better. I don't see how putting it in this document is any better than putting it in our strategic plan if we don't get the word out.
Understood. Do you want to make more public comment?
Is there anyone else like to make public comment?
For the public hearing. For the
For
public
public
hearing.
hearing? On the public hearing? Thank you.
Exactly. What I want to say is, I think what we do is have public comment, and I'm kind of surprised that TP&C doesn't. I think housing, having it would be a step in the right direction for at least people could have input, and that the town, the commission could be appraised of what people were thinking about what they're experiencing. And without that, they're operating in a little bit of a void that I don't think serves the general town. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to comment during this public hearing? Seeing,
I did have one question for Amy, because I didn't exactly understand the verb that you were suggesting we change, where it was. I didn't have it up on my computer.
Oh, so let me get my copy.
I do have it cut. I made note of it.
Where was this? Where is
It
this?
currently says create and maintain.
Correct.
Where does that say that? I'm sorry. What was the what?
It's when it's making recommendations to create and maintain, as opposed
It's
to
in the-
offer opportunities.
Under purpose,
Under purpose? Oh.
last
Do
phrase.
you see that?
And
You
we
used
use
to have
it-
both,
Yeah.
and I realized you were trying to consolidate, but I offered that you should use one specific verb for a reason, and perhaps I should have been more clear why, but I don't think,
What was
the
your
TP
proposal to change that to?
make it offer opportunities. A regulation does offer an opportunity, but it'll be up to a private developer whether or not they would go forward with a particular housing. But
So
this board is in a different position.
Rather than create and maintain, you say offer opportunities.
Just offer, because
Okay.
create and maintain, that's something you could create a housing, you've discussed creating a housing trust, you've even discussed selling town property, et cetera. You know, that's that could be create, right? And frankly, you do maintain housing because there's Lucy Street, right?
That was the
But
purpose of
TPC is not in that position. So I think offer is a consolidation if you
Understood.
wanted to go to
Thank you.
one. That's all I'm
Understood.
trying to
Thank
do.
you.
I just want to make sure TPC is included.
thank you.
But I have a public comment when you're.
With no additional comments on the proposed Housing Commission ordinance, we now close this public hearing, and we will move on to our next agenda item, which is public comment.
Can I note briefly, just before we begin, just since you correctly pointed out that the agenda did not note action as appropriate, it only noted that we were having the public hearing, that we won't take action on this tonight.
Correct.
But we can take it up. Our hearing is closed, but we can take up action perhaps at our next meeting. whether to move this
So
forward.
thank you. That actually leads right into my next
There you go.
comment.
I thought you might be.
Which is also about the agenda. And the reason, this is the trouble. You get me started looking at it as a regulatory lawyer, and I start noticing the details. So item 8, it says charter revision process. It doesn't have a verb. It doesn't have any action. Doesn't have any suggestion of what that is. I actually called the Freedom of Information Commission for the state to ask about that and whether it was appropriate. And because in my own tenure as first selectman, I had been criticized for not being sufficiently specific in my agendas, particularly with respect to executive session, where you're supposed to specify the particular provision within the statute that justifies executive session. Well, that made me wonder what would be the parameters for something that's not an executive session item. And I spoke to an attorney at the Freedom of Information Commission, and he conferred with his colleagues and came back and said that the same standard as for executive session applies, which is the statutory provision is that the agenda has to be fairly apprise the public of the matter. That's the language. And in this instance, where there isn't any action at all, I simply think that it's outside your parameters to take any action. He did say to me, I didn't get into all the details. I said that I was interested about charter revision. There was something on the agenda, didn't say right. I explained to him what it was. He said, well, if there's time, go back and maybe suggest to the town that they amend it. But unfortunately, I spoke to them this morning, and there is no time for you to amend it. And therefore, you cannot take any action, as I understand it, tonight with respect to charter revision if you are going to comply with the Freedom of Information Act. The attorney was, I didn't catch his last name, but his first name was Paul. Anyway, I just want to be sure this is a very important topic for our town. So I do think it's important that the public that you fairly apprise the public of the matter as to the specificity of what action, if any, you are planning to take, and in this instance, there is no specificity. So please defer any action until you get the agenda right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to make public comment? Anyone else for public comment?
I'm still Kathy Wick. I still live on Rimmon Road.
Not here, I
Didn't move?
Nope, didn't move in the last 5 minutes.
That's why we run you out.
I'm also here to comment on the charter revision topic, and I very much agree that our charter needs to be opened up and analyzed, especially since it's been over 20 years since the last charter revision. I believe it was in 2003, if I'm not mistaken. Based on the report from that previous revision, which I've read, that process was quite superficial, producing only a minor tweak to the charter. This time, in my view, it needs more wholesale revision. But before we even get to that point, I'd suggest that we hit the brakes. Creating a charter revision committee right now, I don't think makes sense. We have an election in less than 8 weeks. As many as 4 of the 6 of you might not be here in January. The next Board of Selectmen will own the charter revision report and will be held accountable for its success or failure. Given that, it seems necessary to allow that board, the one we will elect on November 4th, to appoint the Charter Revision Committee. Otherwise, the next Board of Selectmen can't legitimately be held accountable for the work that comes out of that committee, since they did not appoint it. Therefore, I urge you to table the Charter Revision discussion now so that the new board can take it up in January and own the entire process from start to finish. Judging from what we've heard in the last couple of hours and expect to hear in the next however many hours until this meeting ends, you certainly have enough on your plate to occupy you for the rest of 2025.
Thank you. Anyone else like to make public comment?
Yeah, hi, the alarm just went off and I got you, babe, came on again. That's Groundhog Day.
Took us a minute.
With respect to the current temperature and high discontent of the town, I've never in 33-plus years living in Woodbridge, viewed or attended so many meetings where the townspeople are so at odds with members of the boards and commissions and the leaders of the town. Where are you leading us? Meeting after meeting has people complaining about not being allowed to speak, being muffled, being stifled. We have as chair of Town Plan and Zoning a man who seems more concerned with stifling or preventing dialogue and commentary, instead keeping time on people like Captain Queeg with his marbles in the Caine Mutiny. I just don't understand how you think that the tenor and conduct of town government over the last year is leading to any kind of complementary, harmonious ends in this town. And that gets me also to a topic that I raised about a month and a half ago or thereabouts, the lawsuit against this town, which I characterized as specious and spurious. I think you're getting bad advice. I don't think it's being fought vigorously. I don't think the people of this town are aware of the invasive discovery that has been permitted in this case against good and well-serving members of boards and commissions, asking, I wonder how many people in this town are aware that people like you and people in other relevant boards and commissions have been asked to turn over their emails to some tribunal to determine whether it has any gravamen or relevance to the lawsuit. What has happened with this lawsuit is it was a made-up lawsuit from the get-go. And now they're trying to build back by finding stuff in going through people's personal emails. I'm told that over 10,000 emails have been sought. And I've also been advised that some folks, including people sitting at the table here, have quite rightly objected to disclosing their personal emails and have refused to hand them over. Now, I don't know why we are back on our heels continually in this case. Why do we not have an aggressive posture? I was also advised that it has been the decision by legal leaders and town council of this town that a motion to dismiss has not been sought. I don't understand if for lack of standing. It's a legal concept, but it's used quite often. Why are we not being aggressive in this? This lawsuit is a black eye and a calumny on our town. It's outrageous, it's unfounded, and I don't think it's being defended vigorously enough. I think you need to really not double your efforts, start to make some effort in fighting it, and let us know what's going on.
Thank you for your comment. Would anyone else like to make public comment?
Kathy Hunter again, and again, I am speaking on behalf of the Woodbridge Housing Committee. And the committee has reviewed the proposed plan document prepared by Cooper Robertson for the reuse of the Country Club of Woodbridge, and we are concerned that there is no mention of affordable housing. This omission is troubling for several reasons. First, the Country Club site is one of the very few parcels in town where high-density housing is even possible. To exclude affordable housing from the framework risks missing one of the best opportunities to address Woodbridge's housing needs in a thoughtful, sustainable way. Second, the need in our community is real. Nearly 11% of our population, 341 households, are considered ALIS households. These are working families who are one paycheck away from housing instability, and that's according to a most recent update that came out last week. These are residents that do not appear at public hearings or public comments, but they are part of our community. Also not at public hearings are the many people who work in Woodbridge but can't afford to live in Woodbridge, as highlighted in our current POCD update. The Board of Selectmen has a responsibility to be a voice for those not in this room, not just those who repeatedly show up. Third, our town is currently facing litigation for exclusionary zoning. Failing to demonstrate a good faith effort to include affordable housing at this site does not strengthen our defense. On the contrary, it leaves us more exposed legally, financially, and reputationally. Finally, planning for affordable housing here is consistent with the Connecticut's plan of conservation and development, which encourages higher density housing on previously developed land. It would also make the town eligible for brownfield cleanup funds to address environmental concerns on the site. We understand that this framework is preliminary, but if the board is preparing a request for expression of interest, it is critical that affordable housing be explicitly included as a priority. Supporting only age-restricted or market-rate housing will not move the needle toward meeting the state or regional need, nor our own obligations. We urge the board to ensure that affordable housing is not left out of the conversation. The Country Club of Woodbridge represents a rare and essential opportunity, one we cannot afford to waste.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to step up to make public comment? Would anyone else like to step up and make public comment?
I'm sorry to break the love fest. There are people in this town. I'm Scott Hunter, and I've lived in it probably 60 years in this town. I'm one of you.
Please speak in the mic, Scott. Thank you.
I didn't have any planned comment tonight, and I made sure that I attended everything, and I've watched everything, and I attended every one of your housing ordinances meetings. I think you should have a housing authority, but that's for another day. Nick, you were to provide us with an opinion about whether we have to do housing. And the person that just wants to roll back any attempt to create opportunity housing in our town, which we haven't been able to do since 1990 when Russ Stoddard put in 6 restricted units. And Mr. Salato wants to roll that back. We asked, Mika said, we need an opinion. What does Public Act 2129 say? And what Public Act 2129 says is that our zoning regulations must provide for the development of opportunity housing, which includes multifamily housing for low and
Mr.
moderate.
Chairman, these comments are supposed to be addressed to the board, not to the audience.
For low and moderate. Most of the
Could you address to us, please?
Sure, Mr. Vogel, but as well as they're addressing comments to commission members and my spouse.
They didn't turn to confront you. They sat,
It's clear.
turned around to us,
He doesn't.
and they were talking to us.
David, please speak into the microphone if you would, please.
Our zoning regulations under Public Act 2129 require us to have zoning regulations that provide for the development of opportunity housing, which includes multifamily housing for low and moderate income families of our residents in our town, but importantly, residents of our region to which our town is a part thereof. And everybody jumped on that statute and says, that can't say that. And Mika asked Nick Bamonte, the town council, to issue an opinion. Where is it? Mr. Salato asked in a public comment, and now he turns back. What is the benefit for our town? The benefit is that 12 low and moderate income families, for the first time in 35 years, will be able to come to our town and have an opportunity. You want to talk about conflicts? Conflicts is when you have a personal interest. If the Fifth Estate is sitting on the Board of Selectmen, starting a newspaper, spouting misinformation about housing laws, if a director of a park association is sitting on the Board of Selectmen who has a personal interest in an intervening application to stop 12 families as the director of a park association, this is public comment. We're going to violate our own rules? You can sit there and talk about conflicts all you want. But those are the conflicts that you have. And trying to make sure that you provide with fair housing laws and the Zoning Enabling Act is not a conflict. There's a planning hat that's involved with TPZ. I've sat back and watched this and never made public comment. I've watched ADUs be for relative. I've watched somebody working on a farm that has access to water and sewer but is preserved as a farm. We are dwindling out every single site we can to exclude opportunities for low and moderate income families. Get rid of DEI, Dave. I would do it too. It's unfortunate we have to pay for education of people that become homeless and educate the children that lived in our town because people came homeless. It's unfortunate. I'm sorry. I've been in this town 55 years and I'm ashamed. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Would anyone else like to make public comment? Would anyone else like to make public comment? Seeing none, we will move off of public comment. And prior to resuming our agenda, I'm going to suggest we take a 10 or 15-minute break and return back to resume our agenda. Thank you. Excuse us for the darkness, we're just gonna go with the presentation or the overview.
Back in the dark.
I'm just ready.
We're always in the darkness.
We're gonna have to come back to this. Okay, everyone, thank you. We will resume our meeting. Mike, we have to just give me a minute here because in reality where we left off was at appointments on boards and commissions. So the next thing on our agenda is appointments, and the first item on that is the appointments for Board of Finance. Do I have a motion for any nominations for the Board of Finance?
Go ahead, Dave.
No, go ahead.
Well, a motion to appoint Scott Prudhomme to the Board of Finance.
Scott Prudhomme's resume has been in there. We've had an opportunity, if anybody wanted to talk to him, to do so.
Well, do we need to second it?
Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, in the dark.
So is there any question or comment or discussion as relates to Scott Prudhomme's nomination for Board of Finance?
So just to clarify, this is the position that we accepted a resignation from Dwight Rowland?
That is correct.
Okay.
Replacing
And
Dwight Rowland.
Is it, does it end in 2025 or 2027? Do we know?
I don't know.
How long are you appointing them?
I have to,
Good question.
Didn't mean to stump you.
He was just named, so, well,
I don't think that's actually the case, but
just joined, right?
no, he's been on for a while. He's been on for a while.
Okay.
I can get you the information.
So it's probably ending in 2025.
So it's probably 2025.
All right. I just wanted to note that we have a practice of acknowledging resignations and then waiting a month. That's not the case here. Might be the case with an additional appointment tonight.
We've kind of bantered that around in a couple of times. We've gone in different directions a couple of times in that. So it was a general guideline that we used,
Right.
generally speaking, to give us enough time to specifically vet the candidates who might be nominated, so we had an opportunity to talk to those folks. So I know we've had his resume for more than 2 weeks, and
Yeah.
we've had
Christina.
Christina's for a couple of weeks at least as well. So yeah, as far as the time frame is concerned,
Right now, they're on the website, it has 2 vacancies. It doesn't still say Dwight with his term, but there are 2 people with 2025, 2 with 2027. So I don't know.
Board of Ethics for Dwight Rowland is
Board of
20
Finance?
I'm sorry, Board of Finance for Dwight Rowland is 2025
So Scott's, the term you're nominating for ends in December.
in
Yeah,
December.
So
Correct.
Correct.
And then we'd have to be renominated.
Renominate.
Understood.
So
Or not.
is there any
Or not.
additional discussion? All in favor? None opposed? Motion carries. The next nominee, do I have a motion?
Make a motion to appoint Christine Baker to the Board of Finance for a term ending, do we know what date that is? Did you have the document up?
This is in place of Susan Jacobs, and that would be 2027.
Fill the term through 2027. Steve, can you just put your mic up? Ah, thanks. Yes, I turned it off while I was eating.
Mika,
Is there a second? Do I have a second?
point of order. Shouldn't we acknowledge or accept Susan's resignation first before we, because it's on the agenda, right? Her letter is here on the agenda.
Right.
Did we already accept it? I don't recall that we did that.
The resignations are effective when they resign from the town clerk. So it is on the, I think it's on the,
Consent.
it's in the consent agenda.
Yeah, right. I saw it there. Actually,
We can set the agenda.
They are accepted as soon as they resign with the town clerk. We don't have to accept a resignation?
We
Why do we even look at it?
acknowledge, the word to use is acknowledge
okay.
a resignation, not accept
All right.
is a more appropriate word. Okay?
Perhaps we ought to do that part of the agenda.
If somebody resigns, they resign. The board can't say, no,
Got
you
that.
can't. You know what I mean? So from that perspective, so.
Good enough.
So, but we can, if you'd like, change the order of the agenda for a moment, go to the consent agenda, accept the resignation, and do it in an order like that.
So withdraw your motion, and we'll go to the other.
Or just pause it.
You have to
Again,
withdraw it and
I'd
make it
I'd
again.
go with the withdrawal. So,
Is that what y'all, how y'all?
I
would like to
I move the consent agenda.
Okay, so I'll withdraw the motion.
a motion to change the agenda to bring the consent agenda for the next item?
Yeah.
Is there a motion?
That
You made a
motion's
motion?
I moved
Second?
that we change the agenda to go to the consent agenda.
Discussion,
Second.
all in favor? Okay, as far as the.
I move the consent agenda then.
Second.
So you're voting to accept the consent agenda? And there is a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the Board of Finance nomination. So,
I move that we nominate or put Christina Baker on the Board of Finance to fill the term through 2027 vacated by the resignation that we just acknowledged from Susan Jacobs.
Susan Jacobs.
Second.
Just to clarify, this does not make Christina the chair.
Does not.
Okay.
They have to
elect their own
go
chair.
through their.
And when will this term
election
end?
2027.
2027, okay, thank you.
So in terms of discussion, my previous statement about when we're receiving and when we're giving notice, I appreciate that a resume appeared in our packet about a week ago. The other component of giving notice that a resignation has come in is to alert others who might be interested in serving to potentially come forward either to town committees, either town committee, to the Board of Selectmen, et cetera. And that is my understanding of why we usually take a beat between accepting the resignation, we let a month pass, and then we continue. I do know that Susan Jacobs, in her letter, asked this to move as quickly as possible, and I understand that that's her desire. I personally have said prior that I would like to see a slightly different process here. I am going to vote no, not on the person, but on the process we're following, and I do have hope that we will tackle these questions a little more fully in the remaining months of our terms together on the Board of Selectmen.
Thanks for clarifying your reasoning, Sheila, and that is logical. I really understand the intent behind the giving a beat, as you, I think, said, for this, but I am comfortable supporting this appointment, just given.
Additionally, from a, I'm sorry,
No, that's
are you
fine.
done?
Yeah.
Additionally, from a timing perspective, there's a pretty important meeting coming up on the
Yeah.
18th. And it would be, I think it would be in the town's best interest to have a full board.
Yeah, that's understood. On the other hand, I do think that a number of people who've bothered to come to public comment have been critical about the way we engage or allow the public to have their say and view, and the actual, maybe what we ought to do instead of just acknowledging, we ought to go to the point of advertising it in the general public that we have an opening in a commission, and if you are interested, you know, somebody needs to get a resume. Right now, the only way a person can get nominated is really to go to one of the two town chairs, one of the two town party chairs. We don't really have another vehicle that works, at least, and that forces some people to choose to be a Republican. Oh, God forbid. But you know, that's I think there's a good reason for taking the resignation, but it would be a better reason if we went to the effort to actually say, you know, there's an important vacancy that we need to fill.
For purposes of discussion, we are in the process of including on our website, or putting on our website, an opportunity for people, the general public, to indicate if they're interested. For what has been our process is indeed going through the town committees. The town committees are aware of positions when they become available, because resignations, they should be aware of them. Additionally, the town committees, in terms of what they do, they should have a bench or something established so that they recognize people and what their qualifications are, so as to be able to provide us solid names and things of that nature. So we understand I certainly understand your point. We're already working toward something that would allow the public, general public, if they don't want to go through a town committee, to alert us that there's an interest. So, thank you. I
Yeah,
appreciate your
just
comment,
think
but
maybe I'm just stepping out of line and suggesting to our first selectman that that would be a great thing to highlight in his letters or something like that.
We could do it in the register now.
when we get it done,
Put it in the name register. Yeah.
It will be something.
Whatever we do, don't do that.
it would be something that will be
Yeah, okay.
indicated once it's available. So, any other discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. 2030 Commission, 2030 Committee, excuse me. Oh, no, I'm sorry, that's not on the agenda. So the next item on the agenda is at this point, CCW, Master Plan Final Presentation. And I'll just preface this by saying, this is the delivery of this is Cooper Robertson providing us a deliverable that we've been engaged in for quite some time at this point. And so Mike will be reviewing the information that on the final presentation. He'll provide us an opportunity. Cooper Robertson will provide us an opportunity of 1 week. So should we see something on here that we feel is substantively requires some attention, concern, or whatever you might want to say, that we can do it. But this will be the last time that Mike will be sitting in the chair in this capacity in terms of what he's doing right now. So before I even get started, let me say thank you very much. Your time, your patience, your professionalism, and the work that you've done. I certainly, from my perspective, very much appreciate that. So with that, we will allow you to
Okay. Thank you,
proceed.
Mika. And congratulations to everyone here on the board, really to everyone in the community on a job well done, or close to being well done. We can see the finish line. This board is about to do something that no other board has done, or to my knowledge has tried to do, which is complete a extensive, very public planning effort to guide the vision of this property. It's been almost a year long, very public process, 7, maybe 8 meetings with you now in this setting, 2 open houses, 1,300 plus survey responses, 80 plus stakeholder interviews, many hours volunteered by your town staff and committee and community members. It really represents a Herculean effort, and where we have landed with it, I think, is a vision for this property that really represents a balanced approach to your community's values. It, at the highest level here, keeps 116 acres as green space and trails. It focuses limited context-sensitive development in already disturbed areas to the south and along Ansonia. It adds small-scale community uses to reflect your unique and rich history. I think the final vision here is quite elegant, it's reasoned, and it's very balanced. And it concentrates change where it belongs and keeps the rest of the site for the public. It's fiscally responsible, too. It's one thing we heard from the onset, that we need to understand what the fiscal impact of this will be. If there was one thing the community did agree on through this whole process and all of our polling, it was that the use of the sites to generate revenue to offset its long-term carrying costs. We have that, I think, in the document. We'll look at that in a second. The preferred plan projects almost $2 million of net annual revenue, of course, considering upfront costs. But much of that could be phased and grant eligible, and partnerships, of course, would be sought. When looking back at the planning process, I wouldn't think about any of the disagreements as evidence of failure here. I think while not everyone got exactly what they wanted, those multiple visions were always in tension. The polling by POCD that preceded us revealed it, and I think what this plan was able to do was to really reveal what those trade-offs were. to make sure that they were all considered in the assemblage of the vision. That preserves the majority of the land, addresses housing amenity gaps that were identified in our work and others, and does it in a fiscally sustainable way. And in terms of the development, it is worth noting that the final plan recommendation does include a recommendation for 10% minimum affordable housing for developments over 10 units. And it also studied workforce housing, smaller format, more naturally occurring affordable housing as an alternate scenario, which also yields positive net revenue for the town. At a practical level, the planning process validated some important site conditions from the brownfield status, which we delivered as a preliminary environmental study that can roll right into phase 2 and 3, to the presence of site utilities, water, sewer. We were able to really go back and uncover some important truths about what's there today that will inform both the value of the site and how you proceed with improvements. We also looked at important things like traffic impacts for various different land uses. It also brought some clarity to some of the town processes related to a property of this magnitude and what the town charter says about disposition with respect to town meetings and other community input. And I think maybe the most important thing to be mindful of as you move forward is that this is a vision, a broadly developed, supported community vision, but not a fait accompli in any way. The plan itself does not change zoning. It does not authorize development. The next steps need for that. Public hearings were applicable. Town meeting votes were applicable. The control will remain with the town, with the board, and with the residents.
If I
Yes.
can just interrupt for a second, will you be using this?
I will in a second.
Okay, good.
I just,
good.
while I had your attention,
Just-
I thought it would be good.
No, thank you.
to
I
go
didn't mean to
through-
interrupt. I'm sorry.
And so looking forward, just keep in mind, this process will conclude with board leadership, approving, endorsing whatever method you use to bring this process to a close. And it will begin with your leadership too. Whether you avail yourself of consultants to continue to push this forward, staff, or your resident volunteers, or some combination of the three, the board must continue to guide this. So starting quick wins. We know there are lots of things you can do on day 2. We'll take a look at those. But really, the work begins with legislative tools. Zoning overlay district and design guidelines, that's what really opens this process and signals to developers that the community has come together and has supported this vision and removed some of the uncertainty that may come with the politics of a property like this. You can simultaneously advance on remediation, the land management plan, all the other important aspects that will make this successful, and you continue to keep the public engaged, setting up, whatever kind of check-ins you think are appropriate to hear from them over the coming months and years. We think is a good thing to do.
Mike, may I
Yeah.
ask a question?
Yeah.
Just going back to how you're recommending the launch of this,
Yeah.
with the legislative adoption. I know the screen isn't depicting it, but on page 11, you have just a snapshot of a time frame for
Yeah.
this.
Uh-huh.
And that is fall 2025, which is now. I know it's still technically summer, but
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if that's reasonable, because I think originally we were going to get this final plan earlier. So, is that timeline still applicable in your mind, or should that be pushed forward a bit.
I think that's when it could begin. I think you have all the tools that you need to begin developing design guidelines for the private development.
And when
And
you say you,
the town, I'm sorry, the town,
okay.
yes. And the zoning overlay. We have, I think, provided enough information on the proposed land uses, the density, the types of, the intensity of use across the different sub-areas, that could begin immediately as well. And you would be working through the TPZ schedule of review and approvals, but I think those things could still both certainly start in the fall.
Thank you.
So I can walk everyone through the plan. I will say it's all content that you've seen before. We've repackaged it into about a 50-page document, high level, but something that could stand alone. And the tone and graphic approach was meant to be something that was written in lay terms, so that anyone from the community could pick this up, read it in relatively short order, and understand not just the outcomes, but how they came to be. So we begin with simply listing everyone who was involved in the development of the plan. The report is organized in 3 sections: building the vision itself, and then realizing that vision, or the road ahead. First Selectman has contributed a cover letter that highlights some of the key aspects of the plan, and that is at the beginning of the report. Then we start where you started, by restating the goals of this initiative. We reference back to the grant application, and so we have 2 pages that summarize the objective and intent of the project. We draw a clear distinction between what the vision offers and what it does not include, and then the overall timeline that was just referenced, beginning last year and wrapping up this fall.
So,
Yeah.
Can I just ask a question? And I know you just also asked a question about this page 11. So fall of 2025, which, I guess technically doesn't start till later this month.
Yeah.
So you'll walk us through a little bit later what's left, right? So everything that's not that green chevron at the bottom has already been completed. The next steps, this phase 2, we're calling it implementation, but the next steps haven't happened yet.
No.
Okay.
No.
And you'll walk us through later.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then a repeat of some information that you've certainly seen a few times: site background and history, through the various different phases of the property. This is a 2-page spread, but maybe I might turn it to 2 pages.
Where is this document?
We only just received it. Sorry, we just received it maybe, I don't know, 3:30, 4 o'clock.
Yeah, like
So
an hour.
Well, where? Where
Oh,
did we
it's in-
receive it? I
it's
didn't
in-
receive it. I'm looking for it through my
It's
thing.
in our packet now. So it's in the, if you.
It's in this
In
meeting's
SharePoint.
packet.
It's in this meeting's
Okay.
packet.
I'm looking for it there. I didn't
It's
find
not
it.
in a fold, it's in the September
It's-
9th folder, but it's not in a
Not in a
subfolder.
separate.
Okay, I'll
Yeah.
find it.
Yeah. So I haven't had a chance to look at it
I-
either
I-
before.
No one
I
could.
saw that it
Yeah.
was, I saw that it populated. I opened it now.
The
Yeah.
appendix?
Same.
Got it now, Robbie?
Yeah.
Not the appendix.
Not the appendix.
Yes.
Not the appendix.
But there is also an appendix.
One right above that should say
The one right above that
report.
which says
Report.
Final report.
final report. Okay,
With the
thank you.
1 or ends around it. 450910?
At least it's consistent.
Yeah.
Good.
Now you got it.
Please these documents between 3 and 4 p.m. before most meetings.
Well, I bet it's when it's submitted to the.
The acrobat there.
In some ways, it's like, it makes sense to get the papers.
If only I had a map.
Which is good, but it's, the more time something is big, the better. But at this point in the game,
What'd you do? Did you
Yeah.
change the landscape? Let me download it first. Let me download it.
look at this 2-page, when you do it, it doesn't align the 2 pages that are meant. Yeah.
It doesn't appear we can look at this in spread view on the screen, but if you do have it on your computer.
So when I do it, though, it doesn't align the correct pages.
The cover page as a separate.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Tony.
Okay. Does everyone have a copy in front of them? That might be best. Okay. Then we repeat the existing site conditions. We've seen this before as well. And a few images of the site and some of the most relevant site features are described, utilities, infrastructure, the zoning today, and aspects of the natural setting, current land use, and then we start to transition into some of the analysis, the market potential, reformat it, but all the same content you've seen before in our market projections. And then 2 slides on community engagement. There was a lot here to summarize, but please do read this section. Again, we've reformatted some of the charts, but the same content carries over from what you've seen in the past. The chart there on the bottom rolls up all of the survey responses that we received on land use preferences. These are the most up-to-date community engagement numbers. So actually even a little higher than what I cited earlier. And then some images of the open house events that we held and the sticky exercises.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Back at that current zoning chart on page 17.
Uh-huh.
The references are to which, is that our zoning as of December 2024? The 3.3 CC1.
We can add a footnote to that with the date that the table was
That would be great.
referenced.
And maybe a link to our.
A hyperlink.
Yeah, because
Okay.
it appears that our zoning is now on the website under where you view your ordinance and charter. All the
Okay.
zoning regs are there now. Very easy to access, very easy to search. And as long as those are the right reference numbers, it's going to be very easy to click through and make them hyperlinks.
Okay.
Similarly, and
Yes.
just while we're on that topic, I'm wondering, Mike, if it's possible, easily achievable for you, like on, I don't know what page number this is, but where like these headers could be clickable
Yes.
and linkable to the page.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. Just,
Um,
thank you.
You should have also received an appendix today. Those, because the document's 500 pages, they are clickable.
Oh, okay.
We didn't do it with this one, but we can.
The appendix is 500 pages?
It is.
Wow.
Some reading to do.
Okay. So community engagement. And then the kind of pivot point here are the guiding principles, unchanged from the last time you saw them. And we, in one spread, summarized the testing of various land use options and the what-if scenarios. clearly reported the Selectmen feedback that we received, albeit in a condensed format, on these pages. They're small, intentionally small. They're not meant to be dissected and evaluated. Really, the focus is on the narrative in this section, and what the board's consensus was is summarized on the bottom of 25. And then the next chapter, the second chapter, is a vision for the future, and we begin with a broad narrative describing that, and then the character imagery that we've been using to describe the different land use opportunities on page 29, with a small amount of descriptive text for each one. And then we are looking at the four major site-wide recommendations: the zoning overlay district, design guidelines, land management and stewardship ordinance, and the community access and recreation plan. And then also discussion of conservation or easement or open space covenant. On this page, you'll see a quote from your QPOP chair. We do have some quotes sprinkled throughout the report that we received as part of the process. And we've also included a number of the sticky notes from the community so that their voices are also represented. There's a spread on ecological recommendations, just focused on that, followed by the preferred land use strategy with the recommended uses for each sub-area listed next to a map depicting the preferred plan. Yes.
Mike, is it possible to give us a version of this map that is printable, like on a one page with a basic at-home printer, not like a high-end office printer? You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
What would you want to be on that page?
I can email it to you. I'm just like
Yeah.
these maps that are on a 2-page spread,
Oh, I see.
just for the convenience of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could include that in the appendix,
Okay.
and then you could just print that page.
Okay,
You
they are
identify
in
it
the
as-
appendix?
No, we could though.
Okay.
We could.
That would be great.
It would
Yeah.
be great to identify them so it's clear, that.
Yeah.
I
And we
wouldn't do it.
could format the text so it would read at a single page size. So when we send the final documents, that'll be in the appendix.
Thank you.
Great point, Andrea, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I haven't looked all the way to the end. Are there any kind of footnotes or things that are going in here to tell us, like, I don't want to go back that far, but
Yeah.
on the demographic information about our town,
Yeah.
is that
That's-
footnote is where that came
You
from,
would-
or is that just where? Do we know where it came from? Do
You would
have-
find that in the appendix documents. We haven't carried those over to the report, this summary report, but it is in our appendix documents and the
Okay.
presentations. Yeah.
Thank you.
If it's not too big of a lift to put like the reference to the appendix
Yeah.
page where appropriate on this PDF.
We'll do a scan of any hard numbers,
Data.
statistics
Yeah,
that we have a clear reference for.
thank you.
Let me just make a note. One moment. I have to say, I don't think there are a lot of those in this final report, just given the nature of it, wanting to read like an executive summary, but where there are, we'll do that.
Thank you.
We're And then rounding out the vision section, we have the before and afters, the Northwest Gateway, and the Hilltop Farm renderings. We have a section that summarizes the cost-benefit analysis at a higher level than what we presented to the board, but still we think gives provides an accurate picture of the relative cost-benefit between the preferred plan and the other alternates that were studied. So you have one page for each of those. It describes how they were developed with professional cost estimating support. You have the program that was assumed in quantitative terms. You have town costs bulleted on the preferred plan. And then that format continues for preferred plan with ecological restoration, the alternate plan, which has smaller workforce housing units modeled, and then the no development scenario.
Can I ask you a question about, to go back to that, page 41?
Uh-huh.
At the very bottom of that bright green box,
Yes.
which just left my screen, minimum 10% affordable housing in any development over 10 units, is that's not current regulation, that's the suggested regulation?
Recommended, yes. That's recommendation of the plan.
Recommendation, okay,
Yeah.
because is that in conflict? I hate to use the word conflict tonight, because we've heard a lot about that. But is there a discrepancy between that and what the current regulations for this piece of property would be? Because I thought it was 12%, or I might be
Current regulations
imagining.
are 12% at 60 and 90. I'm
Okay.
sorry, at 80 and 60.
Okay, but we're free to change it to 10, and that's your point.
It's a recommendation.
Right.
Yes.
So-
Or at least 10.
Yeah, it's a minimum, yeah.
20 or whatever we
Yeah.
want, but that's what your cost analysis is on,
Mhm.
10,
Mhm.
right? But it's not, that requires an action of the Board of Selectmen to override, or
No.
actually, not the Board of Selectmen, we have to get the TPZ
TPZ, it's
to
a part of
decide
the
to
overlay.
do that.
Yeah,
It has
part
to
of
be
the
part of the
overlay.
overlay.
All right, so that, I'm just going to flag it here, but I hope we can figure out a way to flag it further, because that is certainly, as you may have heard tonight, people coming
Yeah.
and talking to us about this, so this is a topic.
Well, I mean, that is really a conversation to be had when you're developing that overlay.
Yeah,
as
and
an
I remember
applicant.
us having
Yeah.
that conversation. I don't know that the public understands it,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
unless we call it out more, they're not,
Yeah,
sure, they're not going to understand. They're going to come and tell us they don't
Yeah.
understand it, I think.
yeah.
All right, thank you.
Uh-huh. And that appears on each one of these too, because we wanted to make it very clear, each scenario.
Right.
And then the last chapter on realizing the vision is about the road ahead. We talk about the land use policy updates, the zoning overlay and design guidelines, how the community can stay involved. The next spread repeats some of the quick win ideas that we had discussed previously. And then we have the implementation roadmap, which this, after some discussion with town council, we made updates to, which we can go over now. You'll notice at the bottom, the footnote here, points of community input and participation. We've put those on all of the various activities, a lot of them in the community access and programming row at the top, but there are some other ones where the community will have input and participation. Our current understanding included in the appendix will be an email from Nick to me stating his interpretation of when a town meeting would be required for the sale or lease of a property in town. He goes on to discuss the difference between holding that meeting during the annual town meeting versus a special town meeting. And from our understanding, that is the only activity on this chart that will require a town vote. And so therefore it's the only one noted.
So did you say that that's based on a memo and the memo is in the appendix?
The email from Nick is in the appendix.
Is in the appendix?
Yes.
All right, I'll take a look at it.
Yes.
But just for the sake of trying to understand this, it previously had said town referendum.
Correct.
And now it says town meeting.
Yes.
And is it the case that town meetings by state statute can be moved to mechanical vote referendum in all cases? Or is that not going to be applicable here?
That's not applicable in all cases, and that's set out in the memo also.
I'm going to have to read the memo. Okay, so that is a change from what was on our screen previously when we discussed this. And again, it's going to be, community input is, we will hear people talk about this, so we need to be very clear. Maybe it's something that comes out of the, what did we say, 500-page appendix? How many pages? Yeah, maybe it comes up into the document. Because that's going to be news to people.
What,
They're going to need
What's
to
news
understand it.
people?
That it's not a referendum. We've been using referendum and town meeting a little interchangeably. We've also been talking about a vote. Certainly other projects, we are reminded again and again, there was a previous vote that was defeated at a townwide referendum for this property. So this is different, and different is okay, but I think we're going to need to explain it. Why is it different now?
So Mike,
And
is there?
I don't want to debate it now. I haven't read the memo, but
Is there, Mike, is there any issue with just putting or town meeting or referendum? Because it could potentially be either one, depending on what happens and what we ultimately do.
I think maybe I'm going to read the memo.
I don't know that
What's
I
the
necessarily
page?
agree with that.
Okay.
We need to talk about it
We're
more.
talking a little bit about the semantics of the word referendum. I think Mike had and his team had initially
Yes.
built that in because in many municipalities, decisions of this nature, there is a mechanism built into the local charters to remove these things to a townwide machine vote, which our state laws contemplate as referenda. However, the authority to push out, so to speak, these actions to a full town vote turns entirely on what is specifically authorized under the local charter. And, we don't have to drill down on it now. I'm happy to talk to you offline too, Sheila, but
Sure.
I try to lay out in here how the Woodbridge Charter is devoid of that authority except in very specific express situations which basically come down to overturning a Board of Selectmen decision related to the passage of an ordinance. So you could track my sites in the memo, and I'm happy to talk to you more on it, but that is where our local charter authority is at. I know in the past, there has been a townwide vote and referendum.
Yes.
I'm well aware of that. I question the legal authority for that to have occurred at the time.
So that was two previous town attorneys that had advised then.
And we have a charter revision process potentially coming up too.
Right,
How about
which
that?
we may be overtaken by events. So you mentioned the appendix. Do you know the page offhand, or
Go in the closet.
do you find Command F?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I don't want to hold up the meeting any further. Thanks.
Mike, I do have a question.
Well, yeah, go ahead.
Year under land stewardship,
Can't be a footnote.
on page 48,
Mm-hmm.
I see in years 2 and 3, it says begin long-term land management.
Yes.
I don't see, procure or develop a land management plan. Is that integrated into?
If you look down on policy and planning, year 1, develop, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. So,
It's developed in the first year
okay.
and then implemented.
And can you just help me understand, the use of the word ordinance there? Like what, develop land management and stewardship ordinance versus a plan? I don't really understand.
I can provide a clarification for that. That guidance came from Chris Sullivan. I had initially thought it was a plan,
Okay.
and she recommended changing to ordinance, and I can follow up via Karen and Allison with the exact reason for that.
Yeah, thank you. I would appreciate that clarity and then to have further discussion with our ordinance committee on what, how, I don't really understand that.
What the
Yeah.
significance of that is.
Yeah.
Understood.
No, you spelled my name wrong in this memo.
I
Three-
noticed that after the fact.
I know you did.
There's a name spelled wrong.
Call me whatever
No,
you like,
My
but spell my
fault.
name right.
Page 394. If you just go to the table of contents, you click on public process memo. It'll take you right there. And that's where you'll find the memo from Nick. And then the final spread are FAQs, and we've included a handful of questions that we think would be helpful after reading this document that the community may have top of mind. If there are others that you think would be important, let us know. But we always think these are helpful.
So the process here is, our previous input you've already processed, and if we see it here or we don't see it here, after reviewing this, we have 7 days?
Consistent with all past meetings, so
Okay.
a week from today. Yeah, we
Okay.
would recommend limiting this to real material, substantive changes, any inaccuracies, and then we'll provide the final document, final appendix. And then
Okay, so in terms of this being available to the public, if we can stamp draft across the entire thing so that people understand which version they're looking at, it won't be final, but I guess the question for the Board of Selectmen, are we going to, it's FOIable now that we're talking about it right now, I'm imagining. Legal counsel will correct me if
Yeah, it
I'm
is.
wrong.
I
Okay.
mean, we're disclosing all the contents of this draft right now. so-
Correct. So to make it available, if we could just get a copy of it that has draft on every single page so people know that, that will not confuse people when we inevitably make corrections.
You're requesting
Small as they may be.
Another copy sent
A copy to put on the website so it says draft.
over the
We-
next
we-
7
we-
days.
And we may be able to take care of that, Mike.
Yeah.
Okay. No, well, we could. It's an easy
Do
enough
the
thing to
watermark.
do.
Yeah, just a watermark draft on it, so.
And then,
But we won't be putting anything on the website based on the fact that we're waiting for input on, I may rethink that. We'll see.
yeah, we're going to discuss when we're done with the presentation.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
Mike,
We'll want draft on it before we put it on the website.
Oh, sure.
That's
Yeah.
only because in 7 days, we'll have a final report.
Yeah.
this is a potential question for the FAQ and pretty basic, but who's overseeing this plan? Who is in charge of managing and the liaising, the implementation?
I'm not sure we have an answer for that.
Okay.
yet.
That's up to the board. That's
up to
us.
the board.
We're the ones who are going to determine if the plan moves forward and how it moves forward.
Okay.
So we will define exactly how that happens. It could be, there's a number of different options.
Yeah.
It's a
There's
good
number of
point for an
different
FAQ, because that
But it
might be
is.
I think once we have that clarity, I think it should be addressed in this document, and whether it's just as an FAQ or if certain items on the implementation roadmap have designated boards, commissions, and towns, entities, departments. You know, I just like when the more applicable a plan, understanding flexibility should be inherent to the plan, but the more applicable it can be.
I mean, there are many options.
Yeah.
It could be another committee or commission. It could be,
Do you have a
it could be a
recommendation?
single, it's hard to make a recommendation without understanding your ability to resource it. There are program managers out there that would do this as a consultancy. I don't really know your full staff profile. If you have someone in-house and they have capacity, there are a lot of different ways that one could do this, and it really would take some time to evaluate what your capacity is and make a recommendation.
Thank you.
And I mean, just a word on how the appendix is organized. 1 second. Included in the appendix are all the materials that we. 1 second. Just need that were developed as part of the plan. So all of the past presentations to the board, of course, they're all on the website, but they're also included. Presentations to the TAC committee are also included. The presentations at the open houses, our full cost estimate is included. The environmental assessment that was prepared for the property by our consulting engineers at Langen is included. The initial documents that we produced, the charter and public engagement plan, and feedback that we received from TAC members and board members throughout the process are included as a matter of record as well. And then finally, a public engagement report from Corsi and Company is included. And that summarizes the stakeholder meetings. So. Any other questions about content or next steps? There was a lot to dig to wade through. Yes, Maria.
Are we submitting feedback, Karen, to you to compile? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Same process.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's hard. Having gotten this just an hour before the meeting, it's hard to have, be prepared with questions right now.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll be coming
Yeah.
to you.
Well, that's why we give you a week.
Yes, that's much appreciated.
Yes. Okay.
Mike, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much, and
Yes,
I
thank you.
appreciate it. I should note that this wasn't part of our engagement in terms of you being here to present this
Yeah.
last element.
Yeah.
So I truly appreciate you taking, you doing that for us in this
Happy to
case.
do it.
So.
Happy
And,
to do it.
And we'll miss seeing you every month for.
I'll just join online just to hear your voices.
Nothing to do
You know
on a
where to find
Wednesday
us.
evening between 5 and 11 p.m.
Thank you, and
Thank you.
please extend the same to
Thank you.
Betsy and the rest of the team. It's been, it's
Thank
really
you
been
very
a pleasure
much.
working with
Thank
you.
you.
So thank you.
And thank you all. I mean, it's been a wonderful, fulfilling process.
I know you loved
I
it.
doubt that, too.
Every single minute was great.
You like challenges.
My wife thinks I'm a good punch, but I really do value sitting in the room across the table from people making important decisions, working with the community members one-on-one. I mean, this is why we do what we do.
Thank you.
So.
Wish us
We
luck.
appreciate it. We should. Godspeed. Thank you. Our next item on the agenda is our POCD Board of Selectmen discussion. I want to preface this by saying I believe that based on everything we've heard from each other, I know it was just recently also that you received that compilation, but I know we all had comments and items that we felt needed to be addressed within the document itself. We heard from the public, we heard from other commissions with this, so this is certainly a document that I feel, and we also, I think it's universal that we felt with what we received as a draft was less than complete for us to really do the diligence that we would otherwise do had it been more complete. So this discussion, I think now is important in the sense of identifying how we want to move forward. But I will say from my perspective, considering everything that's said, I feel that we might want to start off with a motion as to whether or not we want to endorse and/or reject this and have the discussion during the discussion portion of that motion.
Okay.
So I'd like to make a motion that we reject the plan as submitted.
I'll second that.
Can I?
Beat me to it.
No need for and.
Well,
We'll start with that.
we could do it in three. So as part of the discussion, I would say, I have sort of a three-part recommendation. One, that we reject it. Two, that we submit the compiled comments, as well as the written comments we've received from Conservation. And that we send along with it the recommendation that they appoint a special committee to work on and help
Yes.
complete the POCD as provided by state statute 8-23 C&D. So I think we can do that all in one. We don't have to. We can do them as separate things, but those are the three things I think we need to do: reject, send feedback, and make the recommendation that they appoint a committee, as they are allowed to do per state statute, to help finish off the process.
So in terms of proceeding, I'd like to keep a standalone motion to say reject, and then take up additional motions and discussion, et cetera.
I think,
But I want this to be very clear that this one stands on its own, and then we may disagree about other things. I think I'd like us to try to take the first vote the way the motion was stated.
I think it has to be combined because we're rejecting it for very specific type reasons. And I think part of that rejection is very specifically what Steve alluded to, and that's making sure that they understand one of the things we're looking for, we're recommending, and one of the things we think are most important is to form a committee. And also, I think it's important that we...
So I think we're going to have to discuss what form a committee and what the timeline is, and I know we have some legal expertise that's going to be shared with us. And I do want to engage on all that. I guess maybe I would just ask, is it okay for us to do a standalone motion that says reject and then also take up all these other things as separate motions?
Yeah, that's legal to do.
Permissible.
Yeah,
Okay.
we could do
All right.
pretty much however we want to approach that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, my sense is that they should be combined specifically because we want them to understand the overall nature of our response.
Well, I also think too, the end result, so us rejecting that plan does not, there are options that TPZ has to go forward with it. They wouldn't necessarily have to take into account those other, I mean, that changes how they vote on it. Our vote to reject it or to accept it changes how TPZ has to vote on it, doesn't necessarily prescribe them to do the other things that Steve mentioned. So I think it's important that we get that in there because just that standalone vote, they can take that and continue on with their process. What we're asking them to do, or what I would advocate, what I would join with Steve in asking them to do is to go back and form this other committee to go ahead and look at that. So I do think that that needs to be in a motion.
In addition to considering the input that we can and we should.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, we have more time. They're not doing anything before November. So we have another week and a half, almost 2 weeks. If we want to provide additional input, we can do that. But I think it's important to get that in together, to put it and compile it in such a way. What they're looking for in terms of format is if you're saying there's something wrong with this to the point that we are, they're saying, so tell us what needs to be fixed. And I think we should
Well, if we're having a committee,
include that.
we're at cross purposes already. If we're going to give them lengthy document that they'll have to parse through, and then they're also going to have a committee that is also going to have a lengthy set. But to me, having made the
They
motion,
can provide that input to the committee, and that's what I think is important.
and I'm not adverse to entertaining any of this, and I think we should. And I know David wants to say something.
I love how he puts up his hand. I love that.
I'll wait. I just,
So in terms of the motion that's on the table, again, I'd like to proceed with this one and then take up all the others in a separate motion and just send them over together. They're not going to miss the message if we have two separate motions.
I don't understand the significance of just sending a motion. Oh, I'm sorry.
I may not
You're
agree.
right, David.
I may
Excuse
not
me.
agree with the rest of the
yeah,
this
I
motion.
can see that we could have at least 6 different reasons, significantly different reasons, for rejecting this. And that the motion to actually fix that will gain majority vote here, is a totally different issue than rejecting it. And if we so choose. If we so choose to reject it for our own reasons, we might very well.
But we're not defining the reasons. We're just saying we're rejecting it.
And
I would not-
That's what I wanted to say.
By rights,
That
we
was
can
the
say
motion
it.
on the table.
Yeah.
I don't.
But you said you wanted to combine it with this other stuff that I may or may
The
not
other-
agree with, because I don't know what it is you want to combine it with, but I do know that I want to reject it.
I'm happy to restate it. So I think what we should be doing is providing our rejection, because we're charged with endorsing or rejecting. We're also we're asked to provide feedback. So along with the rejection, I think there should be feedback, and that feedback is what we have is consolidated. And also part of that feedback, as we've heard from the public, and I don't know that we all agree with this, but I'm stating, they had the option in state statute to appoint a special committee to work on the POCD. They chose not to do that. I think part of the recommendation is they should do that. And that's part of the rejection, is that this wasn't done in the way that it could have been more inclusive of our boards and commissions.
That's what we
So that's
heard.
part of
Well,
my
You're
rejection
trying
of
to
this.
explain something
Yeah.
that the motion just says we're going to reject it.
I
Rejecting
I
it
think these
stands
things,
on its
So,
own
Steve,
feet.
that's a-
I
that's a
understand.
friendly-
And then following that, if you would like to make a motion,
this is discussion about the
Okay.
motion. So
Okay.
she's made
Well,
the motion.
you're
and
making a friendly amendment.
I'm offering the friendly amendment as part of the discussion, and I want to explain why. So that's, when I see it holistically putting it over, I see there's a rejection, there's the specific feedback, and a very specific recommendation as to what they should do. And the reason I want them to get them all together, they could happen separately, but the reason I want to put it together is I think they really need to make this commission as a group. They chose not to, but I see this as being very difficult to get across the finish line and put together a better process without doing that. I think they need to do it, and so to me, this all goes together. I understand that that's not how it's phrased, so that's what I offer it as a friendly amendment, and I've offered my reasoning for it. If you don't accept it, that's fine. That's what I.
Okay. So, I do not want to accept the friendly amendment in the most friendly way.
Heard.
But again, I would turn back to us to say, we could have asked them to do a committee at any time in this process, and we did not. That is on us.
Well, it's there. It's there.
So that's
I don't
just
think
my
it's on
statement
us,
as
but-
to why I'm saying I want this as a standalone motion. I just
Sheila,
want
but at the same
rejection.
token, that could be stated in regard, this has been a year-long process. We could have been inputting for the entire year, knowing what they were doing.
Yes, we could have.
We could have offered the whole
Absolutely.
thing. So could have
Should have.
so could have the public,
Well-
so could have the commissions and everyone else.
I think they
At the
did-
time,
they-
we.
Should have, yeah.
Go on, I'm sorry, Steve.
I think they did get that feedback. I mean, I've watched some of the meetings, and I know that there was comment at some of the meetings that they should have done it.
It's
So it's
also-
not like it wasn't heard, but now this is the time period where we're asked to make a recommendation on what
That's
they've
exactly
done.
right.
And so now we're doing it. So we could have done it earlier, I suppose.
And
but
I'm not
this
adverse
is
to
the time.
doing that and
Yeah.
giving them all the feedback we want to give. We'll have that discussion. I'd like to just take the motion first as it is, and then have a second motion, or a third, or a fourth, or a fifth.
And I'm trying to understand what the significance of that and why you wouldn't indicate if you're rejecting something, what the reason is and what you expect them
I
to do.
believe we're
What
gonna
I
have
heard them
consensus with
say
this motion.
is that they might support a rejection, but not necessarily
Who might support a rejection?
members here tonight at the table, some Board of Selectmen members, may be supportive of one of those three things, but not all of them, and wouldn't necessarily want their voice on whether to accept or reject hindered on one of those two other considerations. Did I hear that
But in
correctly?
any
Well,
case.
one of them was sending over the feedback,
Which is where,
which is what we are,
What we
what
work
we
for.
were
Sure.
tasked to
So,
do.
okay, so to be
And
more
the
specific,
third
the
one-
third thing.
And
Yeah.
the third one was a recommendation of how we suggest they go
Yeah.
about fixing.
So there might be a difference of opinion
so
of
to
the,
that end, are you saying you don't feel like we should recommend that they do a committee? I mean, I've heard that loud and clear from everybody who's indicated any,
You didn't hear it
given
from
any
me.
indication.
Yeah, we
So-
haven't discussed it yet.
So-
We're just on the
You're-
merits of the
You've
motion.
heard from something, you've heard something we haven't discussed
Well,
from
we are
everybody.
discussing it. We are discussing it.
We're starting to discuss it, but
Yeah.
this is the first time that we've actually discussed that specific thing or any other specific thing. And I 100% agree with Andrea. I think for a lot of reasons that this falls short of something that I feel comfortable with in terms of endorsing or accepting. And then we can talk about all the possible solutions, but I don't think you have to give anybody a reason for rejecting something. Because because they didn't please you. They didn't make it good enough. I think SLR kind of did a little bit of a sloppy, less than full job on it. And that, if I have to give a reason, it's not going to be in what we ultimately have a motion on.
Let me
If I'm
ask.
going to vote, I want to go on record on what I want to do. And what I would like to do in this case is reject it. I may or may not want to do what all of the rest of us want to do, to suggest what they should do about that rejection from our perspective. They still have the opportunity to overrule.
And on the other hand, I feel that if we're going to reject it, which it seems like is what we want to do, what I want to do, what I feel is the appropriate action here, if we're going to reject it, I feel we should indeed, one, give the input as to identifying what we feel through the input that all the work that we've done, make sure they're presented with that so that there's some substantive indication as to what the issues are.
So do you want
And-
consensus? Is that what you're looking for?
I'm not looking for consensus. I'm just looking for, if you're going to reject it, it's to not.
Here's my suggestion. Robert's rules will allow you to make a motion right after you reject it. I could call the question right now and say, and we could vote on whether we want to eliminate debate, and then we would vote on the question at hand, which is the motion that's been moved and seconded. And that is, do we accept or reject? In fact, the motion is to reject.
Motion is to reject, yes.
So I would like to call the question.
Would you accept a friendly amendment to reject and hand over the feedback that has
So-
been compiled?
Somebody else can move that, and somebody else can second that.
I
and we
am
can talk
moving
about
that.
it.
Yeah,
She
she
made a
just-
friendly amendment.
I am moving that.
And again,
Oh.
I'm going to, in friendly terms, reject your friendly amendment. I think that sometimes simpler is better, and I want a standalone motion. I would like us to vote on it. If you're not inclined
What
to
is
vote in
the-
favor of it, we'll find out when
Right.
we get to the vote.
I haven't, it's not clear
I'm
to me.
in
as to-
favor, I'm just unclear as to what the
what-
motive is.
I thought the
Right.
feedback was being given regardless.
That's, well,
No.
maybe.
It's not?
We don't have
Okay,
to.
procedurally, that's not a
Well,
requirement.
there's no motion to do that.
Okay.
We'd
Right
have to
now.
agree on what that feedback
Well,
is.
this,
There's no motion to do that.
I guess
You
that's
can't
true, we
say
haven't discussed.
Future feedback,
Yeah.
we're going to vote on tonight. So we're probably going to hold
But the
open
whole
this vote.
concept of developing
Which
our feedback,
I don't know if we
compiling
can
them,
hold.
wasn't
Do-
the
do we
intent
have-
to,
Can I have a point
I
of
thought
order?
Present it to them.
yeah, I thought
present
the
it to
intent
them.
was to,
Make sure that they
So
understood.
just point of order, back to the structure of this motion, the friendly amendment. If we have a motion tonight to reject, plain and simple, and it passes, do we have to also tonight vote, if we're thinking that we have that 45-day window, do we also have to send our recommendations tonight? Can we hold this open? Can we actually look at a shared document of what this recommendation is going to be that we're going to send?
I think we'd
Rather
have
than
to.
9:30 at
I
night?
agree, yes.
I think we'd have to.
I
Are
agree.
you asking Nick or?
I am
the-
asking
oh,
for,
okay,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
point of order.
I wasn't sure.
Legally, I don't think all of these items must be addressed tonight. If you're going to send whatever recommendations after tonight's action, that's legal. It's obviously going to extend already short timelines here, but that's a practical implication.
Right. So I'd like, I know we're going to discuss further after we dispose of the motion on the table. But if we
No, we're
have
going
a
to
simple
discuss
vote
with the
to
motion on the table.
reject, so, then hear me out. If we have a simple motion to reject, and then we spend, I don't know how much time we're going to spend tonight discussing, and come to the conclusion that we actually need a little bit more time, we need to actually look at a document together to say this is the very clear guidance we want to send back. I am very much in favor of very clear guidance. I don't think we need generalities for them to try to wade through and interpret. I think we need to be crystal clear. That's going to take time. I think we're asking them to take the appropriate time. I think we should take the appropriate time. Tonight, I think we can vote to reject. I would like to do that. That is why my motion is stated in the form it is. Thank you.
And what is the motive behind simply rejecting without indicating why, and/or without indicating or without recommending what the public has made clear they're looking for, what commissions have made clear? And what we've discussed ourselves is that we would have preferred that they follow the process of having a committee, and suggesting that we reject it, suggesting that they form a committee to complete this project.
My motivation is in upholding the oath of office I took on this board. That's my sole motivation.
So
Thank you.
Tell me what that means. I'm not sure what that means. I took an oath
I
as
want to
well.
do what's in the best interest of the town in accordance with
So to that
the
end-
charter and statute of the state of Connecticut. I'm going to try
So
to
to
come
that
up with
end-
it right off the top of my head here, but I think that's what I swore to do.
So to that end,
That's my motivation.
recommending, along with rejecting, recommending that they also form a committee to complete this process. How does that compromise that?
What if we had 100 people in this room and, 40 of them decided they wanted a committee and the other 60 just said, no, it's bad, we reject it. It may be just us, but I want to go on record as rejecting it. That's what my vote wants to be. I don't want to have to be changed by saying, if I accept the idea of rejection, I've got to accept Mika's solution to the rejection.
It's not my solution at all, David.
Well,
I
yeah,
also
okay.
want to reject it. I also want to reject it. I've indicated that, obviously.
Yeah.
So, what I'm suggesting.
Well,
is
why don't
that
we just vote
along
on that,
with the
and then if
rejection,
somebody wants to bring a
indicate
motion, we can
others-
bring a motion.
You can't bring a motion on top of this motion. So, it's.
So is it, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm trying to understand. I hear you, Sheila, but I also don't understand where we're going with this. Is the point that you want to go through this consolidated POCD, all of our input was consolidated. Is the point that you want to go through this?
I don't even know if my input is in there.
Your input is in here. I've got your
But I
document.
don't know, because I didn't get it in time to actually look at it.
I see it and it's
And
here.
I don't
So
want to
is
drag
it-
this part of it out
No, I
because
am just
we're
trying to
a little
understand-
immaterial at this point. I have indicated to you that I am very happy to hear the next motion. I may be favorably disposed, I may not. We're going to have discussion on that. I would like to dispose of this motion in the way it was formatted.
Right,
the
and
way
in
I see it.
understanding how I would like to proceed, I just wanted some understanding as to, is it that you want to at one point you said you wanted time, you wanted to meet to go through this. Does that mean that you want to go through the consolidated guidelines and come up with something more concise?
I don't understand the rationale of asking for a committee and giving very specific feedback. I don't know how they would
I'm happy to share the
interpret that.
rationale.
Right, so
But-
that would be the second motion.
No, it doesn't have to be. I think they logically go together. In fact, in the state statute regarding the POCD process, in this very same sentence, it asks that this board shall endorse or reject and provide comments. It's the same sentence. So separating it out.
And we can do it in two motions.
That's what you are
Doesn't
suggesting.
say we have
I
to do
don't
it
think
at
that's the
once.
right way
Yep.
to do it.
Doesn't say we have to do it at once.
It
It doesn't say
that.
what the right way
It
to do
doesn't
it
say,
is.
but
So
I think this doesn't
you can
logically
defeat the
follow.
motion if that's what you want
That's-
to do. I'd like to call the question.
May I just ask a clarifying question? No.
I'm going to call the question.
Okay.
Has
The
everybody
question
felt?
we call your required vote.
On the current.
On the motion on the board, on the table.
We'll call, please restate the motion.
I move to reject the POCD as submitted by the TPZ.
Period.
Period.
We have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor? those against? Karen, before you record that. I'll vote aye.
Was that a unanimous vote?
Was a unanimous vote.
I appreciate that, and I am very interested in the next part of our conversation, so let's not hold it up any further.
As stated, I have two suggestions as for what we do next with this. I believe we should transmit the feedback we have. I think it's important that since we've rejected the draft plan as we received it, that they receive feedback as to why. We have compiled feedback from each of us, and we've received very specific feedback as well from Conservation Commission. So I think it's pertinent that we transmit that feedback to TPZ so they don't simply receive rejection, that they have something they can work with.
Right.
I also think,
Is this
I'm not making the motion,
first?
I'm just
Sorry.
offering discussion since our agenda topic is POCD discussion.
Sure.
I also believe that we should recommend to them that they take advantage of the state statute provided to them to appoint a special committee to work on the POCD document.
Okay.
They chose not to at the beginning, but it doesn't say they have to do it at the beginning. They can do it now. And I think in order for them to finish this and deliver the product that our town deserves, that they should do that. They should appoint a special commission. So I want to make that recommendation. I think it's important that they hear that from us.
So can I ask you a question?
But yes.
Who is staffing, and are we
That is for
paying for
them. That is for
consultants?
them to decide. It is under their charge because the POCD process belongs to them. So I don't want to then
just wary of
to tell them
taxpayer
how
dollars.
to do it. I
Well-
understood.
Because they're going to need
I
help.
do.
Or not, maybe they'll
But
do it themselves.
The way it falls,
So
if
just
it were
be-
our
Leave it to
power,
them?
just so you know, if it were our power, I would say that we should do it. But it's their power. It's
Right.
provided to them. So
So if they
otherwise,
don't have it in an existing budget, they have to put in a budget request if it exceeds their line item, which would have to come back to us. We're talking about.
I don't know that that's
But
new
if-
money.
if
They
we're-
already have a consultant on there. So
We don't make that recommendation.
No, if we have the
They
funding.
still have to do something if they're going to do, if they're
So
going to
then
come
we
to
can
different
receive a funding
conclusions.
We had a
In
member
my
of the public
opinion-
tell us that a previous TPZ fired the consultant or dismissed the consultant and did the work themselves.
maybe they
And
would
if
do
they-
that.
if
Again,
they
I'm not trying to
wanna
guide the process.
Go
I'm
back to
telling
this
them-
consultant. I would say the consultant did such a poor job, to be frank, that they should be rectifying it at no additional cost. It would be unacceptable, based on the quality of the document presented to us, for the taxpayers to take on any additional burden. So, though I understand we need a functional, better plan, and so, but my strong advocacy, and I support the notion of a committee. I have heard and thought about this a lot in the public comment, and though I would feel more comfortable if we had input on it, but if the consultant is re-engaged to make these changes, I do not support us paying for that.
We know that SCROG has approved what was presented. The same thing that we got SCROG
That
approved.
doesn't give me much confidence.
Well, based on what their criteria in terms of what they're looking for.
They're only looking
they're-
at it
They're
through
not
that lens.
Exactly,
They're
they're
not-
looking
they're
at.
correct.
No doubt, they don't live
Okay?
here.
They
Exactly.
don't live here.
He'll also, and the consultant has made the case that it does adhere to the state planning and, plan of conservation and development. Maybe not to the degree that we're wanting it, so what you're going to have a situation, you're not going to be able to say this is incomplete or ineffective, so we want our money back or we want
Not
you
money
to.
back,
But I understand, or we want to engage you, but we want you to eat it, so to speak, to eat the cost. I'm not sure we can do that. Certainly, we can approach that.
Okay.
What I'm suggesting in terms of your concern as far as input, we can recommend with our recommendation to the TPZ that they include housing, that they include conservation, that they include POCD or whoever else it is that we feel is appropriate and needs to be represented. Conservation has made it clear they feel underrepresented.
Yes.
So they should absolutely be a part of more input into this process. So it's up to TPZ to do that. They could do that, they could do nothing. They can approve this regardless of our rejection
Okay.
or regardless of our recommendations. So, but I do feel that it's important that we combine, one, what we feel is not enough or incorrect information, and two, that we recommend that they actually do put together a stakeholder committee, and it doesn't have to be at the expense. They did do it on their own, as Sheila indicated before, where we just complete it. And what would help any committee with doing that is the input that we've been putting forth. That might help those people to get it done. So,
I have another question, if you guys are ready for this. What about amending our affordable housing plan and getting it to them so they can use that as the basis
Well,
of
I'm
the POCD?
actually glad you brought that up, because that was one of my questions I was hoping to bring forth during this discussion is and in support of the rejection is like, what is going on with this affordable housing plan revision? And we haven't really reviewed that, and that's being used in this POCD, and I'm just struggling to understand like the order.
We may
When you
have our
say it's
own
being
ideas
used-
about what this
Well, it's,
affordable housing plan
being-
should
what
say. It is our plan.
I'm sorry, what is our
David
plan?
wants to.
The
I'm sorry,
affordable
David, I
housing
didn't see
plan.
your hand.
I'm just,
I wasn't
wait,
looking.
I don't care.
I wasn't
I'll wait.
looking.
I don't want to interrupt anymore. I already do too much of that.
Please.
And I'm sorry for my interruptions. But
No.
it is our affordable housing plan. It's not anybody else's. We 3 years ago, I don't know, God, I've been here forever. it seems
22,
like. But
three and a half.
an age ago,
Yeah.
we got that 100 and some odd page plan, which if you took the substantial part that related to Woodbridge out of it, would have been about 10 pages long. If you put it, only the Woodbridge part together. It was a lot of consultant garbage. I'm just tired of reading consultant bad writing every time we get something like that. And when we okayed that plan as the board, we got it about 48 hours, 116-page plan, before the deadline for submitting it. We came here, it was during COVID. We had been having all the meetings via Zoom.
I think we did that one by Zoom.
We did it by Zoom,
But
and
how
and
does
we had effectively eliminated any public participation from everything we did, because in every meeting that I participated in for almost 2 years, we never had more than 1 or 2 people show up for public comment. At that meeting, we had 10 times that. There were over 20 people, well over 20 people, who told us and begged us to extend it because the public had not had an opportunity to comment on the entire plan. The only argument by the housing committee was, oh, well, we did this. There were lots of public comments, but there was no comment allowed on the plan. We were told that we had to have it in by this date, which was not true. But we rushed to judgment, also told that we could then amend it at any time that we wanted to.
And in fact, we can. So
We were
let's do it.
told that. So with that promise, we moved forward to become one of a minority of the number of towns who actually met the deadline without really even hardly having any time to read it. And subsequently, there were a number of factual flaws that were discovered, a misstatement of the actual laws, any number, probably, 20 different things that would have disqualified any careful scrutiny from allowing it to become our plan. We then asked to modify that plan as one of the first things we did on this board, and we presumably asked the Housing Commission to do that. We haven't seen it yet. I'm almost done. It's been 2 years. I have not seen that revised plan.
The revised,
And yet,
what we
I've
did,
seen a lot of it. I can tell you, I've seen a lot of it in the POCD, an awful lot. There's a full 10 commandments from the Housing Committee occupying 1 page of the POCD, and certainly no tablets from the Conservation Group. I think it's very flawed because
we've
the whole
rejected it.
process was very flawed.
you're right, couple of things. First, the Housing Committee did come back and respond to the errors that were in the document. They came back, they sat in front of the board, Kathy, the chair, and told us the corrections to the items that had been listed. They did not. We said, well, we're going to have to do the POCD, we're going to have to revise it anyway. Let's work toward that at the same time. They presented something that we
don't have a new plan.
I'm sorry?
We don't have a new plan. We have not had a new plan to vote on.
Can I just bring us back around? We're on the POCD discussion.
Yeah, but one of the
can
reasons for
we talk
rejecting it is
about
the inaccuracy
the relationship?
that's built upon.
If we need to have a conversation about affordable housing plan, we should have that on the agenda. Right now, we're in a POCD.
No, this is about the POCD because all of that stuff that's in it, that's a lot of it.
So you want to transmit that
is a
feedback?
reflection of that.
So is that feedback?
Yeah, I'm
Which is
just
what Andrea's
wondering,
point
related
was.
to the POCD draft,
Yeah.
how this revised draft of the housing plan, which we have not yet discussed as a board, fits in.
Well, I think we should
Right.
comment on it.
Like, should that be
And-
worked through first?
Yeah,
And
thank
then
you.
given to the
Thanks for the
committee?
addition.
Right, and then given to the committee, so
there's-
this should be part of their
there
work, in
is a
addition
time-
to the feedback.
Yes, thank you.
So
Appreciate that.
Go ahead, Steve, please.
just in the interest of time and to bring us back around, I guess, restate, though I didn't make motions, I think it's important that we transmit the feedback that we've put together thus far.
So,
But that doesn't have to be the last feedback. I just think that we've rejected it. It's now important that we say something as to why, and we have some. It doesn't have to be all of our feedback because there's still more time to give feedback. So
I agree wholeheartedly with the notion of giving feedback. I'm just simply asking if we agree, if we think included in our feedback should be wait for us to review the affordable housing.
I think that's fine. I don't have a problem.
The information in the housing plan, I'm sorry, and the information in POCD is information presented by the housing committee for the POCD, okay? It's not the housing plan. They reference the housing plan, and we're working on a housing plan, so that we have to finish that process.
Mika, was
We
it
have
the
to go through
housing
process.
committee's input or one person's input? Because I was unclear when I watched the housing committee meeting, they did have some conversation. They did not seem to know what had gone forward in their name.
Well, how about we
To
take
be
that up at the
included.
next meeting and we put that on the agenda to hear from them.
Well,
I haven't had a chance to look
why
through
don't
their
we have-
document
Neither
either.
have
Whether
I.
it's-
Why don't we
whether
have a
it's-
joint meeting?
Whether it's one person or whether it was a committee, we can debate that. I think it's immaterial in terms of what we're talking about from a POCD standpoint. There was housing data that was delivered, and it was requested by the POCD consultant from housing, from conservation, from recreation, from CUPOP, and from EDC. They all provided information, whether it was a
Information,
committee.
yes. Data, I question.
Right.
I question the use of the word
But
data.
regardless, it's information. So they were
I'd
all
like
asked to
us to
provide
get a copy
information.
of all of that.
So if
we
we're
can
not
see.
happy with the amount
probably
of information each of
I'm sure
those
it is.
decided to do,
Yeah.
that's input. That's input. And now, if we have those individuals or the representatives of those particular groups together discussing this as a whole, so your question, specific to your question, is how do we, it's the same way we would do it with what we just received for the CCW. How do we incorporate the CCW into our POCD? They said they had
Has to happen.
placeholders, okay?
Has to happen.
How do we do that? It's got to be a part of it,
Yeah.
okay? And my
There's room in the
sense,
appendix.
so it's.
Could easily be
so
600 pages.
couple
instead of
I see it as the same thing. How do
Because-
we do that? We recommend
That's what I-
that they make sure that they include the data that's important, and when it comes to the housing committee.
So
or the
once
housing
we,
plan,
once we
think-
discuss, have feedback, we can send it to EZ, you're saying, for adding to the POCD. The POCD is a living document,
It is, absolutely.
so.
Because the
Well,
other thing,
except we don't have one on file. So I had asked a previous question, is there a way to have a very bare bones version of a POCD submitted that would not be the least bit controversial, that we could
Yeah.
vote to accept, and then TPZ could submit, and then we do this.
Well, we missed
What
that.
sounds like a very lengthy
No,
process.
don't-
We
Well, I
didn't
mean,
necessarily
we just
miss.
rejected.
No, but,
That's
so
my-
I think the question
We
is,
rejected the document that
As it
we
was.
received.
They could have,
part
So
of our
we
recommendation
we
could
could
be
very well
strip
say.
it all down to 2 pages
we
and
did
file
hear
it.
that in a
No,
lot of
no,
public
you
comment.
can't do that. It's got to make
Well,
sure it
that's-
meets the
that's
criteria
actually
associated
I think
with.
that's
Well,
a legal
but-
question, so.
It's got to.
they don't have to write a new one, it could be an amendment. It says so in the legislation, all you have to do is amend. They could amend certain parts, or they could make some small amendment. They could,
Amendment to
another
what?
amendment could be made in 3 more months.
Amendment to what?
The one that
The
expired in May.
existing, the one that expired could be amended. That's what the legislation literally says. Either a POCD or amendment thereto every X years,
Yeah,
X number of
and they
years.
amended it like 2
So-
years ago, so.
An amendment could be made that was very simple, that would carry things forward while they actually work on giving us what we would prefer to have, that could be then put in as the actual.
And what would be the
POCD.
amendment?
That's for them to decide.
No, it's not, but that's what I'm saying. You can't say it's for them to decide, and they go through the same process they did, come up with
I
something we're
think,
not
I
happy
think
with.
that would be
We don't-
an
we're
all
not
night long
ready.
to craft that amendment, but I bet we can
Change the
come up with a
date,
better
that's
one
the
than what we've
amendment.
got right now. I think,
Keep the
to
existing.
your question, how do we incorporate CCW? I think SLR would say, task number 1.652, consider the plan for the CCW. That would be how they'd include it. I mean,
We have the
a lot of this is
opportunity.
very general. And
We have the opportunity, and there's a couple of ways to approach it. I can't help but feel very, very strongly that we have the opportunity, as part of the statute, to put together a committee to ensure that there's input received from the appropriate parties.
Well, TPZ.
Stakeholder.
puts
TPZ.
together.
Well,
TPZ,
we
I'm
haven't-
sorry, TPZ, the town.
we
The
haven't
TPZ
talked
has it.
about our
Okay?
input collectively as the board, and we've talked somewhat about it individually, which I haven't even participated in. I haven't given any of my thoughts forward. I apologize, but that's the way it's been. And one of the things here, we've tiptoed around saying, well, we can't comment on this because that's all TPZ. We've got to stay separated. That's their job. It's not our job. They clearly didn't do that in the POCD for our job. They started calling out things that should be done by specific commissions in the POCD, not in the appendix, not in the implementation plan, but there are a number of places where they've actually told that Human Services is going to do this. That's not their job.
We turn it
That's
around.
not TPZ's job.
If we turn it
That's
around-
our job. That's why we should reject it, because.
We have rejected it.
I know.
So we
That's
have
why
rejected
I
it.
wanted us to reject it,
So,
because
but again,
they were stepping on
If-
our territory.
If it was our document, if it was whatever, but if it was our document and we gave it to a group and we said, we need you to either endorse or reject this, and provide input in the same sentence, and provide input as to what your thoughts are on this document. And they came back and they say, we reject it. What's the next question? Well, why? Why did you reject it? And we're not providing any input, and we're not providing any indication as to what we feel they should do
Well, we're
in order
talking
to
about it.
improve it.
Well, I think we
Okay.
need a motion.
So, well, the point of my sort of bringing up those 2 points is I think those are the 2 things I think that need to happen, to transmit the feedback that we've compiled and to recommend that they form a special committee. I'm happy to separate those out as motions, because I
In
understand.
keeping with our theme tonight.
Yes.
Simple,
Well,
better.
So
You're going to have to give
I
me
do-
more time to file, actually.
Right. I understand that maybe not
Because
everyone.
I haven't inputted anything.
Well-
I have about 100 pages that I
And there
could do
can be,
just on
because
that.
they haven't set a public hearing date, there's still time for us to provide feedback and for individuals to provide feedback directly to them. So I think maybe most important among this is that we recommend that they appoint a special committee. We've heard that. I don't know if there's full agreement
wanna make
here.
a-
There
you
doesn't
wanna
have
make
to
a
be.
motion to that
But
effect?
yes, I will make a motion that we recommend TPZ appoint a special committee to work on and help complete the POCD as provided by state statute, section 8-23 C and D.
Second.
Do we want to give them any indication of who we want included?
I referenced the statute on purpose because it says who should be involved in that, so
Does the statute include agriculture?
The statute refers to all
All boards and
town boards and
commissions?
commissions, so you can pull it
Does
up.
it read all, or does it say? references boards and commissions.
Doesn't it also say something about they can consult with anybody they think they ought to consult with?
They can consult with individuals too, yes.
Yeah, I mean,
That's why I referred to the
it's
state
not very
statute.
specific. It's like they could go,
They can make a special committee, that's the
My
point.
concern with not provide, so I understand your intent, and I'm flexible, I think, with this approach, but my concern with not naming specific boards and commissions in this is that TPZ had the opportunity to do this whole time, they didn't. I don't want to provide a suggestion assuming it'll be done as well as it could or should be, as inclusively as it could or should be. Like, I want to really do what we can, understanding we're limited in what we can do here, but to set an example and provide some input and guidance for doing this right. And I don't trust that absent of that it would, to be transparent in my beliefs of their process.
I didn't want to overprescribe and say only these and not these,
I
and that's
understand.
why the state statute says residents of the municipality and representatives of local boards. So I think that's meant to be inclusive.
Yeah, maybe we can say, maybe it could be so broad to say ensuring inclusion of like representation of open space and land conservation oriented, natural resource oriented boards, whatever the words, and housing and whatever. So I don't know. Just because people are reporting that it hasn't been inclusive to date, why would we expect it to be now?
I mean, we're just making the recommendation, that is the recommendation, for them to appoint the special committee.
So the
I hear you.
motion is made and seconded?
Yes.
Someone second?
David has.
We're discussing.
discussing.
I think that's what we're
All right.
discussing is the
Yes,
motion.
yes.
So,
Correct?
Yes.
Indeed.
Okay.
Indeed, we are discussing.
If I have the
Please.
floor to
Yeah.
discuss the motion, I would say that it sounds like a good idea. I mean, that's why most people make committees, because they think it's a good idea. I happen to think it's probably a really bad way to run things. And I indicated that earlier with my feelings about ad hoc committees to begin with. But I'm a little concerned that we say, if that's, that may be something we will ultimately say, but it doesn't seem to me that we got a very good job out of TPZ in terms of them taking ownership and really doing all the things that we might want them to do to begin with. Why would we want to let them constitute a committee if they already dropped the ball? What they did accomplish during this, the TPZ was able to get us to unanimously vote.
We did.
That's phenomenal, because we don't agree on anything.
The one thing I'll say that we have to consider is, it's 10 years ago, so none of us have necessarily direct experience on being on the board. On the board.
Was chair of Coupa, and
Okay.
I partook in multiple joint meetings with TPZ and Conservation
So,
and Coupa
but
to
the
give them input
individuals-
on the CCW.
The individuals on TPZ may not have been there 10 years ago when this
None
was
of them
done,
were.
so they don't have the experience. So if you're not there and you don't have the experience, and the consultant is doing the work that you hired to do the work, there's a sense that they did what they felt was.
So what you're saying is that we appointed the wrong people to TPZ, because that's our commission.
David,
We
no,
appointed them.
no, I don't feel that way. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that they let the
Thought about
process go. And I can say for myself, I'm not aware that there were committees that were formed for the POCD in the past. It's not something that I was exposed to, because I wasn't here 10 years ago. So as a result, it was like, I didn't know enough. You said, well, it's on us that we didn't ask them to appoint a committee. Never occurred to me that we should, because the process was flowing and going in the direction that it would. And we felt like, it was, after we saw a product, yes. After we see it, yes. I wish we had, absolutely established a committee.
I just want to be clear that though we didn't discuss it, we heard that feedback from Conservation right away. So
After it was put on, after we saw the product.
They talked about it during the process though too. And
Yeah, 'cause
but
the former chair who partook told them.
State statute provides that this is a process owned by TPZ, and they are the ones who have the authority to appoint a special committee. I don't know whether they considered it, but they didn't do it. And so now I think it's important that we put the recommendation forward that they do it. And I would also love to see that exist somewhere in the POCD plan, that an ongoing commission will look at updating it.
I'd like to see
And
it
that-
added to the charter revision.
It's another thing that we,
every
another we can
POCD will
discuss.
have
So
a
there
special
could be a standing commission for that too.
Yeah.
But it needs, but the state law affords the planning commission in your town to have that charge. So
Yeah.
they need to do it.
So-
And so that's why we need to recommend that they do it.
So I'm probably inclined to vote yes on this motion. I have one thing I'm going to throw out once again is, this is going to be a long process. And we are not in compliance with the state law. We don't have an active POCD, and we are at risk of not being able to get funds unless we have a letter and a continuation of that letter.
We have the opportunity
Yeah.
to indicate that this does not have to be done with this one. We've heard just recently, we've heard other options, whether it's an amendment, whether it's a scaled-down version, or an amended version of what they've put here now, something that's more acceptable, but knowing full well that once it's adopted or approved, that the first order of business is to select a committee to make an amendment, to make the necessary amendments. So there's other ways we can deal with that particular concern, as it doesn't have to be, because I share, and as I said in the past, I share your concern about not being able to, or possibly not getting grants because our POCD isn't in place.
So-
But we've opted to reject it. Now, the TPZ might feel, well, in the interest of making sure we do have one on file, they approve this anyway. And I feel all the more strongly that we should put in their minds that they should assign a committee, whether they do it to finish this one or to amend the one that's approved, that they include a committee to do that work. And I mean, I think that's what we heard the
So we
public.
have the
So
motion
now
and
we've
the second,
come to
yeah.
the point where I disagree with the strategy. I don't think we should indicate in any way, personally, I don't think we should indicate in any way that we want them to submit this thing to the state.
Right.
Override our rejection with their 2/3 vote, which they can do, and submit with the thinking that, boy, we got to have something on file with the state. I would much rather our recommendation to them, and that we urge them to explore every option to take the expired POCD from May and do the smallest amount of update to it that gets it to qualify as our next POCD. It actually was not just voted on in 2015. They amended it as recently as 2 years ago. They amended it. They added an amendment to it. Does that start the 10-year clock again? Probably not. But what does, and that's what I'd like to explore, what small change to the one that expired in May could enable them to submit that and have enough time to do this very thoughtful process.
I think it's a good, I think it's a very good.
Amending it didn't
Yeah.
start a new clock, or we wouldn't be.
Or maybe it
doing
did.
POCD
Or maybe-
now.
Maybe it did. I don't know.
And-
That's a legal
Maybe-
question.
Maybe if we amended it 2 years ago, we've already met the state statute
Entirely
requirement.
possible.
Good question. So the motion on the
public
table,
investigation.
just to bring us back around, the motion on the
Yep.
table was to
Yeah.
make the recommendation to appoint a committee. It was seconded, and we call the question on this so we can move on.
Yeah, I think my concern here is that we got to signal to them, don't submit this
Well,
thing
that the
before
motion
your
doesn't,
committee
the
works.
motion doesn't say that, right? The motion is to recommend they appoint a special committee.
I mean, I
As
think we're
provided by
doing
state
what's
statute.
what's
Well,
in
let's
our
do this one,
purview.
then I'll make another
Our purview
motion.
is to
How
endorse
many
or
motions?
reject and make recommendations.
How many motions can we do? So there's the.
We can do as
yeah,
many
I mean,
we-
could we make, would it be?
David, we're taking a vote.
It's going to go to the
Please.
restroom. And you'll be back.
Can I go to the restroom before we take the vote?
Can I, well, that gives me time to ask this question.
Yeah.
But, what was it now? In your existing motion,
Yeah.
is it implied, or would a friendly amendment behoove us to just say, to put this committee together to steer the suggested edits or amendment process?
So what I said to restate it, so
Please,
it,
yeah.
because I wrote it down in advance to make sure that I
There you go.
that We move that the TPZ appoint a special committee to work on and help complete the POCD as provided by the Connecticut State Statute.
Before they
8-23
take
CMD.
any vote.
Before, I
on
didn't
the
say that,
existing
I didn't
draft?
say that before. I think that's implied, but I can say that before that. I'm happy
Yeah,
if
can
that's.
we make
if-
a friendly amendment to include
Yeah, so that's the recommend.
We have,
Well,
what are we
it's-
saying? Say that again. How can you
so,
tell them?
Again, they can do whatever they want.
Right.
They don't have to,
Correct.
so
We wanna be
we're making
clear.
a recommendation. So what we are asked to do as per state statute is to make recommendations. So it's to reject or endorse, and then to provide amendments and recommendations. This is a recommendation.
What is the recommendation?
The recommendation is to appoint the special committee to work on and help complete the POCD as provided by state statute before they vote on.
Well, not just
that was
create
what
the
you're asking a
committee.
friendly amendment.
Yeah, so I guess it's not just create the committee and
Yeah.
then submit the old one.
I mean, it's to work on and help complete the POCD. That's what I've stated. So, but what
To
you were starting
complete a
to.
draft for submission to the state.
You want me to enter those
That's
words?
the one.
I'm gonna just
Yeah.
write it in here.
The committee helps complete the draft that will be submitted. The draft that will be resubmitted to us, actually.
Well, they don't have to
Or
do,
the
they
Board
don't
of
have to
Selectmen.
resubmit anything to us.
They don't.
So I don't want to put that in there because
Do they not?
they do not.
They do not.
We'll
They don't.
no.
They don't even have to put.
They don't have to resubmit anything
They
to
don't.
us.
My understanding is they don't even have to put a more completed draft before they have a
No.
public hearing.
Right. So
That's wild.
yeah. They.
So,
right,
which is
so
the reason I'm
our-
saying it's important that we input to them, because what we're doing is in
Yeah,
reality,
I agree.
we're kind of relying on their individual sense for what the community is looking for to take the action that we're recommending.
I understand that they're not obligated to do anything we're saying here.
Correct.
I do think the motion that was just discussed represents what our constituents have brought to us now multiple times.
Agreed.
And so I feel good about us putting something forward that represents what we've heard. I would have liked that as part of the rejection, but yes, it's exactly what I was looking for.
I'm afraid it's going to be a
So-
little unworkable for them.
Well, that's for them to. I mean,
For
So we'll,
TPZ,
it's
you mean?
another motion, so
Yeah.
let's do this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
One
So-
motion at a time.
Yeah,
So
no, I'm
the
moving
motion
on.
stands as stated. We recommend that we move to recommend that TPZ appoint a special committee to work on and help complete the POCD as provided by Connecticut State Statute, Section 8-23 CND.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions?
I'm going to abstain. I don't really know what I think.
That's a good
Good enough.
reason to
Thank you.
abstain.
So
Yeah.
I don't
I'd
like
like to make a
committees.
further
Okay.
motion
Next motion.
that we recommend to TPZ that they investigate all options, and perhaps we make our town attorney available to help the investigation of options of submitting the expired POCD from 2015 to 2025 with the minimum number of improvements to it that would qualify for every 10 years.
As a like placeholder?
Yeah,
Okay.
until such time as the committee can complete its work and we can
Is there a,
do it all over again. So I don't know. Maybe we just need to get that legal advice and then give it to them.
I think that's a more appropriate course of action.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see what the particulars are related to that, and then determine whether or not we need to do it.
All right.
The only thing that hasn't been discussed or hasn't been concluded in the motion is the
Our notes.
data.
Do you-
or the
Sheila was
notes.
making a motion, though. Do you want to withdraw
What-
the
what
further
hasn't
meeting?
been-
Yeah,
You were
so-
sort
The
of,
notes,
you
our
sort of
notes that we've
mid-thought
done,
in
you know, like
making the
the-
motion, but.
Right, our
Yeah.
notes.
And I,
Yeah.
just so I might include, some of those notes are correcting errors that were
Yes.
found.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
it's not necessarily only subjective, subjective
Correct.
input. Some of it is, so I do feel it's important
That
Yeah.
they be
that
shared.
that
Right.
they be shared.
Right.
That's exactly right.
I would like-
I spent a lot of time putting these comments.
If we could, I would like us to at least discuss that in a bigger group, rather than just write it down and send it in, because I don't know what other people have said. And also, I kind of felt like when I looked at this, that I could spend hours on something that was just eminently rejectable, trying to write down all the things I found were wrong with it. If at least we zeroed in on what we think is the best, what might help this the most.
Would it
Take
be?
a look, go on.
I was just gonna say, Dave, would it be helpful, because you earlier said that you haven't gotten your feedback
No, I haven't
together
given
yet.
it in, but I, you know,
Would it be helpful to work off when you have time to review the consolidated document that was shared?
yeah, well, let me, I'll
and
tell you,
then-
I'll tell you what
Yeah.
I'll express, you can tell me what would help me, but I will express what are my
Please.
primary concerns. First of all, the things that the citizens told us, we're all in agreement with that. There was a lot that it was a development rather than conservation and development. That was sort of an issue. But I think in the actual POCD, if we're staying away from their territory, the TPZ, I don't think the actual POCD should call out specific groups, boards and commissions. Those are our boards and commissions to direct what they should be doing. So that I think more of our focus, more, which is also why I can't understand how so little of our strategic plans seem to actually filter its way to the TPZ. Maybe that was just because we didn't shove it down their throats enough. But so when I finally got the implementation table at the end of the very end of the process, looking at that carefully, it seemed to me that that was where they do have suggestions, and that's what we're going to be in charge of, is the implementation, because all of that is our responsibility. You know, they can put a lot of general things in there, and we're going to have to assign those general things to groups, and I'd like to see them accurately assigned. What I don't want is the TPZ to take over the entire direction of the town. They weren't elected by anybody. They're overstepping their boundaries in doing things that we should be more in charge of. And so I think that most of our solid input to them should come on the implementation piece, because we direct that. We give the funds out to those commissions. We do all of that. And you know, I did find a lot of things in there that I thought were just off. So
In the implementation
yeah,
table?
yeah.
I mean, I think for the most part, you know, they assigned agricultural things to the agricultural committee. I mean, they, you know, it was for the most part, it was a, you know, reasonable flow. But I hear you. I think that's a place where they could collaborate with the Board of Selectmen and certainly with this overall strategic plan, because there are things, you know, those two plans overlap. And there's already action items delineated to some of these boards and commissions related to that. And so it should all tie back into the strategic plan. So yes, there should be some collaboration with Board of Selectmen, but I also think that's why they submitted it to us, you know, as part of our feedback. And I hear you, David, without that, you haven't had a chance to go through, and I haven't gone through, you know, every last point in the compiled document either, but I also think that, you know, my fellow members of the board, you know, we all sort of zeroed in on different things, which I think is really valuable, because when they got put all together from our each respective areas of, you know, what expertise we have related to this document, we were able to pick out different things that, you know, other members of the board picked out things that I missed. And so I think that it is helpful. I don't necessarily have to, you know, agree with everything that's on here. I think everyone's voice should go through to TPC and should go through to the board, and they should be able to look through all of this. I don't necessarily have to. I didn't know if what you were asking for was a vote on the.
No, I don't. I just like. I think we ought to kind of zero in on what we think is most wrong to fix. You know, the things like when they put down an example of a strategy relating to senior living, right? And a lot of what we do about senior living in this town is really would have been cutting edge in 1955. You know, it was just terrific. And we don't have a lot of resources to do much more. And yet, when in their one task, Action A, they call out, there's a sentence there, and it's kind of confusing because it's not clear what part of that sentence is related to the Woodbridge Center that they identify in that case. So they're talking about the Woodbridge Center somehow in doing its work. Well, I'm in favor of that, but if that Woodbridge Center doing its work relates to all the previous stuff that they said about keeping seniors in town or helping seniors stay in town, I'm not in favor of that, because I think we should assign who does that kind of stuff. If that's a strategy and a goal, I don't mind people saying the Woodbridge Center should keep doing its great work that it's doing, but I don't think the TPZ should be saying that they're going to take care of any plan we have for aging seniors, because that's our job. And so that's where it oversteps being a POCD into saying, Woodbridge Center should take care of this. So I think if they drop Woodbridge Center out of that, and then in their implementation said that they thought that the Woodbridge Center, that Human Services should be the people that work on that, well, we should be the people who assign them to what they work on, and then the board should certainly feel free to work on various plans of actually a 21st century view of what seniors in this town may need, more particularly what we can do to the seniors who aren't decrepit and don't have huge income problems that are causing them to have to move. We're not doing much for them except collecting 2/3 of their taxes to pay for the kids who are going to school here. So I think we should think about that better.
That's just an
example.
It could be as simply as adding BOS to that column. It could be that simple.
It could
It's a plan. It's a guide. It's a plan. And what we do with it beyond that is up to us. But I see a lot of what the senior center.
Do our consolidated notes, understanding we're still waiting on some notes, but include the feedback on the implementation table? Because I know I submitted my feedback before we received the implementation table. So to Dave's point, and so I'm sorry. Yes, what?
Yes, I know. No, yes, the same thing.
It's excluding, right?
Correct.
So maybe as part of our, I don't know that it needs to be part of our motion, but as part of our plan moving forward, yes, if we vote in favor of giving them our consolidated notes, that we also set time aside to discuss that implementation table, or at least consolidate provide and consolidate our feedback on that.
Right.
In addition to this, because we didn't have that when we were given this task initially.
So this goes back to timing, and I think the motion that's actually on the table, because we haven't gotten to this one about sending our feedback, which has to do with timing.
I'm sorry, I thought that was the motion.
But the motion was to get some advice as to what is the really practical way forward for them. I would like to give them not just, hey, we're very unhappy, we want you to start this new committee, it may take months and months and months, there may be costs involved, and we're not giving you any funds. I'd also like to say to them, oh, but here's an avenue that we want you to explore, and if you can do that, we're all in favor of that. Which I don't know that we are. But I think we need some information about what that might be. So with regard to timing and our input, when could we next give our attorney a little bit of time to look into this, unless he wants to opine right now at this moment, late at night?
I think. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I just started looking around the case law. I don't think there's going to be a case that expressly says, well, if the TPZ amends its existing POCD to X extent, that satisfies the 10-year mark. I mean,
you're 2 years early.
Yeah. I mean, the language of the statute's the language of the statute, and what it says is it can be adopted, meaning like a new plan, or it can be amended. And you have to do that within every 10 years, or you run the risk of losing discretionary funding. OPM maintains a listing of all of the municipalities and their current status, and at least the one that OPM has publicly available right now cites the last date of most recently prepared or amended and adopted POCD. And for Woodbridge, we're listed at March of 2015.
But we did amend it since then, twice. We did farming and we did affordable housing.
Well, I don't know
ADUs.
how that has been represented to OPM and why the amendments might not be, triggering OPM to update its list here. That, I can certainly further investigate that. But, I'm hearing this concept that sounds like, well, maybe we
gotta buy
should
time.
give the TPZ the option to work with our town attorney to see if there's a Band-Aid that they can just file right now that doesn't really do the full job, just so that we can get discretionary spending.
Well,
just
being
think about
compliant.
what we're saying here. Is the state going to allow discretionary funding if literally that is what is getting submitted to them? I think there's some risk there. And I don't think me as your town attorney, I'm going to be able to give you a definitive answer, or the TPZ. Do I legally think this hypothetical Band-Aid solution is something that I would recommend from a legal perspective? Probably not.
So if we're thinking that it's multiple months, that we're suggesting to them, take multiple months, should we be suggesting that to TPZ, that they miss this deadline not just by 6 months, but by 9 or 12?
I don't think we're making that suggestion. I think
How
we're
long
just
do you think
asking
this
for good
committee's
work
gonna
to be
work?
done and to hand in a document that's representative of our town.
I think it gives them incentive to get their act together on this quickly.
And Russia and not do a good
I don't
job?
necessarily think it's rushed. I think the people we've heard from have done significant work already and have specific recommendations that could be incorporated in a timely fashion. But we didn't set a timeline. We asked for them to do it. And I believe that they understand that time is of the essence. And as we know, we have committed people who've already prepared feedback. I think it's reasonable to think multiple meetings a month for a couple months, it could be done. That aside, what we prescribed was, or what we recommended was, appoint this committee. For tonight's purposes, I would suggest that we transmit the feedback we have to date. I think because we know they're not meeting on this in the next few weeks, we have our October meeting. If we want to send an additional recommendation, or if we've found out through some work with our town attorney and others to see what our options are, I think we explore that between now and then and see what else we need to do. And understanding also that we can transmit feedback individually, and people of the town have been encouraged to provide feedback through the website to TPZ directly. So there are still avenues to provide feedback, but I do think it's important we transmit the feedback that we've compiled thus far.
Sure.
How do you suggest we
It's
submit
in
that?
I say
Anonymously?
No. It's
These are the
from
thoughts of the various.
Dave,
board
check the
members?
folder, it's in the folder.
It's in our document, so it's
And it is anonymous. Well, it's the board.
It's compiled, so it says so.
Compilation, okay.
What they don't want is
there are 3
individual
documents
feedback.
there?
They don't want individual feedback.
Right.
They
So
want
it's-
us as a board to provide them the input.
But
So we're going to have to discuss it.
well, I don't.
are we going to discuss every one of those things?
No. So
No.
well, my suggestion is we submit the compiled feedback.
The 3
And
documents in our
The
packet?
3 documents and the written feedback we received from conservation.
Correct.
Because they submitted that to us, so I suggest we include that. So this is the feedback we have to date, understanding that there's more time to send more, but we've rejected, and I think they should get something from us.
And I think in that more time, we can do our due diligence with any additional public comment we heard during the hearing tonight, to cross-reference what we've already submitted and make sure we're not missing any representation or different perspectives from the public. And if we need to talk about that before we submit it, we should, to make sure we agree and support that.
All right, so to move us forward, I'm
add on that.
withdrawing the motion that I had there about exploring avenues.
I think
We've gotten
so.
some exploration. I'm sure the TPZ is going to need to speak to an attorney
Yes.
separately, and that's for them to fund. So my motion's withdrawn, so make another one.
So I move that we submit the feedback compiled in our documents. The 3 documents
Karen.
from us are POCD consolidated page edits, POCD consolidated general feedback, pages 1 through 27 only, Woodbridge POCD draft, I believe that's from you specifically, Sheila, as well as the feedback we received
much
from
for
the
anonymity.
Conservation Commission.
Second.
Additional discussion on this?
Did you have something?
I was just going to add to you that in addition to incorporating the feedback that we heard from the hearing today, we'd also be able to discuss and incorporate feedback about the action items that
The
were sent to us.
implementation.
Right, because I didn't comment on that
Right,
either.
I did not comment on that either because I received that after I did my initial.
Indeed.
So for the purpose of this discussion, not to amend the motion, but perhaps in our regular October meeting, we can set aside some time, come prepared to that meeting to discuss the implementation and other public comment made since we submitted these notes. Does that
good.
seem
Sounds good.
Yes.
achievable?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
I would like to see that.
How does that sound to you?
I'll vote for that if I can have till Monday to put them on.
You have time.
You have
till
till
October.
I have some time to put in comment, because
No, wait, let's
I've been
limit it.
overwhelmed when I looked at it with what I
It
think
is
is.
a lot.
Let's try to get all our comments in by the 19th so we can compile them and put them of September.
Okay.
So, all right. So it's a week and a half,
Okay.
about a week and a half.
Do we need any more
So-
discussion on this? So we have a
Thank you.
motion and a
I think we
second.
can vote.
All in favor? Motion carries. Next item on our agenda.
Thank you.
Would anyone like me to address the question
Yes,
posed
thank
like
you,
3
Nick.
hours ago
I
at this
do.
point?
Oh, yeah.
Please do.
All right, so just to cover this whole like timing piece of what this board has been doing in terms of the POCD, the requirement under the statute that applies here, which is section 8-23 of the general statutes, is that the TPZ must submit their draft POCD to the Board of Selectmen at least 65 days prior to when they're going to hold their final public hearing on the document. That is the requirement. It's not, oh, once it's submitted, a clock starts. The obligation is TPZ has to send it to this board for this board to then endorse it, reject it, give recommendations, whatever they're going to do prior to the final public hearing where it's anticipated that TPZ will hear comment and then ultimately render a decision on that draft POCD.
So, for purpose of clarity, because TPZ, now we know, is having a hearing, is it even scheduled?
Remember, it's in November.
So,
It has
because
not
you
been
had said we
scheduled.
have extra time. So if they knew that, they could have given us the plan a couple weeks later.
Yeah, but they didn't know that.
Yeah,
Let me just.
I just want to make sure that I am
But just
understanding.
additionally, Nick, I just want to add one other factor. There's another component where they have to have online the draft to the public within 35 days of that public hearing as well.
They need to post whatever version
Mm-hmm.
is going forward at their final public hearing must be posted, it's either 30 or 35 days prior to that final
So
public hearing.
if we were going to input and we wanted our inputs to be included in there, it does provide something of a deadline by which you have to have that if you want them to include it. Doesn't mean.
That's
Yeah.
it. It's a practical deadline
Right.
for purposes of, if this board, like it has been, is going to go through the exercise of holding public hearings, which is specifically authorized under statute that it can do in this typically fairly short window of time, but now there's a little bit more time because we've learned TPZ has a lot going on their agendas, so they're going to have to kick the can on this final public hearing for the POCD until November or whatever. I mean, look, the fact of the matter is we haven't been within the 10-year mark since at least per OPM, since March. I mean, about 140 of the 160 whatever municipalities in Connecticut either are on time or many have received these waivers that came up, the letter, OPM. I mean, it is a thing that happens. They have their own template for submitting this waiver letter.
We have submitted that.
Okay, so I mean, and it's only limited to not all potential funding opportunities. It's discretionary funding, and on OPM's website, if anyone wanted to check this out or talk to me more, they go into what's discretionary funding versus what is non-discretionary funding. So is this entirely fatal for the town to get any grant monies, that this is not in place right now or in the foreseeable months? I don't think so. And if we get a response back from OPM saying, yes, we understand you guys are working on it, doing a lot of diligent work, the Board of Selectmen's getting input, giving recommendations, you know, we're not going to tie your hands in terms of funding. I mean, I can't guarantee that. That's foreseeable expectations, I think.
So Nick, it's, the clock actually works backwards. If they're
Right.
holding a public hearing, they have to,
Yes.
35 days in advance of that, do it. They don't have that hearing set yet.
They had intended to do the hearing in October, so they did send out the document to the public. That's been done. So they've met their obligation both to us and to the SCROG and to the public.
Now, they
So-
haven't met the obligation of having the actual final one available 35 days before they.
It doesn't have to be, it could be, it's a draft of whatever they want to put out there, David. It's not, it doesn't mean the final one. It's not the entire final one. It says it in the statute.
I mean, it's just what the statute says is so whatever version they're ultimately going to vote on at that, which is also going to be subject to that final public hearing. That has to be posted and publicly available 35 days prior to their public hearing and action.
And it's certainly our desire that it not be the one that we've currently got, that is currently available to the public, because that's not the one we want. Let's be clear, that's not the one we want.
Yeah, we rejected it.
Right, so the practical thought is, if we're looking at a November date, TPZ meets what, the first week,
First
right?
Monday of the month.
So if we're just, and I don't know this for sure, a date has not been set by TPZ, but let's just say, for example purposes, November, they would have to post by 35 days, puts them at the very end of October. Or, I'm sorry, yes, yeah, right. So, I mean, it still is a short window.
Yeah.
No matter how you slice it.
So our October Board of Selectmen meeting is past that 35
It is.
days.
But I think given that we've rejected it and made recommendations, it's hard for me to see them setting a hearing for November when there's clearly a lot of work to be done. So hopefully that's part of the message they're receiving, is there's a lot of work to be done here. And a November meeting or November hearing for a final draft is not sensible.
So,
Let's hope not.
Nick,
I mean, what?
the statute was put in our folder, and I read it, and what I read said, at least 35 days prior to the public hearing on adoption, the commission shall post the plan on the internet website of the municipality, if any. You think that's been done, but every other place that it says, talks about it, it says things like
Draft.
the plan or any part thereof, or they bother in every other case to call out that you can put up a draft or a part or any of that kind. Here they just say the plan. So what is the plan? Is it the full plan that they have to post?
I think the posting on the website is after they adopt it. Is that what you just read?
No, this is not after they adopt it.
Well, that's what David just said.
It says at least 35 days prior to the public hearing on adoption.
Yeah, this is number 3, where it
Number
says they
3.
gotta come to us first. That's number 2, is they gotta come to us in SCROG. And then number 3 indicates that they have to do this, and it does say the plan. So I'm reading the same thing,
The
David.
commission shall post the plan on the internet website of the municipality.
Right,
So the plan is very different than part of the plan or a draft of the plan or.
Last time it was
Well,
the
when it
actual
talks
plan
about
that
the
was
whole
adopted.
plan or parts thereof, at least in the context of the referral to this board, the board can endorse or reject the plan as a whole or parts thereof.
Or is that when they're amending, and they're only sending us one chapter, because that's the one they're amending?
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
like
I
in
mean, it's
part
applied
4,
that
they
way,
say the
too.
commission shall submit a copy or such plan or part thereof, or amendment thereto. I mean, they call all that out, so they don't.
Well, what's your issue, Dave?
My issue is, the plan, I think, is different than a part thereof, an amendment to, or any other kinds of these.
Here, just, and you'll be the one to tell us this.
You know-
It's 1, 2, 3, and 4 of H. H is the thing, and number 1 says a plan of conservation or development or any part thereof or amendment thereto prepared by the commission on any special committee shall be reviewed and may be amended by the commission prior to scheduling at least one public hearing or adoption. So
Yeah.
I'll leave it up to your interpretation.
Well,
but
I just
We're
thought
gonna amend
that,
it,
I just thought
and
that
then put
the-
it out for 35 days.
I would think that if
part
you're
that you
going to
pointed
call
out
for a
that-
public hearing, the document you put out there is what the public is going to be
That's 100% correct.
so that's what I
I
would
guess
think.
I'm confused what the,
I think because, well, I can tell you, like, for example, in discussions I've had, that wasn't as clear as that. So I'll talk to you about that afterwards.
Okay.
And I'd like you to clarify it with some of the folks who I've spoken to.
I'm just
Yeah, I
saying
mean,
that
they need to-
there's no way that they have actually put that plan
I agree.
on,
Understood.
Right.
on the website, because
But we're
I
only
agree.
hoping they amend it and change it. They could just continue.
It's up to them what they want to do.
so the
Which are
soonest they
2/3
could have possibly done it would be 35 days after they get the plan put out there, the full plan.
Which,
Right.
again, I
still be
think that,
November.
the reason I think it's important, we recommend that they do it, is to give it the time that it needs to try to be done as complete as possible. So,
I mean,
let's see where it takes it from
They
there,
may
but I
decide
think.
it takes them 2 months.
I
and
think
then
we've
it's
gone far
35
enough with
days
this.
after
Can I
that.
just ask a question? You had said try to have our feedback on the implementation table by the 19th, which is a Friday. We have our tri-board meeting
On the 18th.
on the 18th, and then CCW feedback is on the 17th. Would it be possible to push it back to the 22nd so we have
Yeah,
the
sure,
weekend?
absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Here's what the situation is. They can do what they want. If they schedule their public hearing and they don't want to take it, they're not going to take it. What I'm suggesting is that we do it in a way that's convenient to us, so we can do it thoroughly and appropriately, and we're with the plan to submit it. And then from there, we go from there. So yes, by all means, I think
Thank you.
that's reasonable. Okay.
Thank you for looking that up and mapping that out, because
It's a lot,
It's a-
there's a lot.
there's
It's a
a lot
busy
going
month.
on.
It's a busy month.
Good day for a deadline.
Okay, then onward. Next item on the agenda was the
Wait,
charter,
did we
excuse me?
I don't think you voted.
We,
No, we
have a
didn't vote.
motion. There is no motion.
no, we
Wait,
did, no, we moved.
we voted. Yes, we
We
did
moved
vote.
and voted
Yes,
to
we
transmit
voted
the
on
feedback.
and
Yes,
that
the
was,
feedback.
That was
We did vote.
completed, and then we,
and then we went
asked.
back to Nick's.
We have no
earlier
memory
public
of it.
hearing.
So,
Do you vote on the
all right,
committee?
And it's only 9.
yes, we did.
Yes.
That was the second vote. We did 3.
We did 3.
Yeah.
We did 3. Okay. Next item on the agenda is the charter revision process, as it was pointed out earlier, and under consulting with our attorney. It's my understanding that we're not in a position to really have the discussion and/or take any action with regard to this item.
I mean, we can discuss it. I think since there was a question raised as to it's the representation of this item on the agenda and whether it fully apprised the public of what the board may or may not be doing with regard to this item. Yeah, I think in terms of taking action, the board should pause for tonight's meeting, and I'll leave it to your discretion if you want any discussion.
I have
on
no
it.
issues with that.
Fine. In the interest of time, then I suggest we schedule this for another time rather
Okay.
than discuss this at this time. We discussed this in July, so
I think we all know what it's about. and
yeah.
yeah.
I guess the only point that I would have is that I think it'd be great to have this process wrapped up. I'd love to see charter revision on the ballot in November, and from the
26.
of 26.
I was gonna say.
Of 20. Of 26. And I think
It'll be a busy couple of
and I
months.
think to do that, it needs to be started sooner than later. I've looked at other charter revision processes in other towns throughout the state, and it is possible to do it starting in the next few months. It gets harder. If we wait, it gets shorter. So anyhow, that was the hope for me tonight,
Yeah.
is that we could move this forward But since we can't, I'm happy to delay that discussion to another meeting.
So
I
I'll
do
just.
think that we brought this up. I think it's something we've heard from the people in Woodbridge. This is a process that they would like to engage in, that there's lots of different ideas about how we can take this document that we've had and we can make it work for the people of Woodbridge today in 2025 and moving forward. So I think it's something that people have asked us to do, and I think it's something that we should start since we've budgeted for it and we've planned for it and we've spoken about it.
So I'll just say again, and I've said it every time, my understanding is that we put it in the budget for half the year, so starting in January. I feel very strongly that it's a process that should be wholly owned by one Board of Selectmen and not try to bridge it over two. So I think that I'm happy to discuss it further. I would love to contribute ideas to what I think should be part of it, because I do think that when you start, again, that 30-day clock or whatever it is, when you in panel charter revision, you have to set them off. And we have the I understand the Board of Selectmen has an option to say, here are the things we'd like you to consider, and then of course you are free to consider other things as well, and you're going to come back with a report to us. If one group charges and gets the other group gets the report back, it may not match up. I just think that it is cleaner to do it with one group. And the one thing I would say about timing, having just experienced everything we've just experienced about the POCD, is it may be our intention to get it on the ballot in November of 2026, but it might be November of 2027 instead, and that's the appropriate amount of time for it. That would still be the same Board of Selectmen, though. So I think that you'd accomplish that aim. I've said that before, I'll say it again, and if we talk about it in October, I will be saying it again.
If we were to start at any time in the near future, be it December, be it now, my sense is that we would want to have it completed before the next election for
I think that might be
for
rushing
us.
it,
So-
honestly. I think we're going to get a lot of input. We may have different ideas about what we want to see included or not included. I think we're going to need to talk about them. I think we have to do that before we set them off on their way.
What I'm suggesting is that it be done before our next municipal election. And that,
2027.
if that requires a special meeting in order for us, or a special election or referendum in order for us to do that, that's the direction we go.
Yeah,
But I would like to do it in such, I would recommend that it be done in such time, because a lot of what does need to change relates to the election. So we should fix that before the day of the election, is my sense.
Yeah, so you could put it in May on
Of
the
26,
referendum.
or
Of 27.
of
It would be
27,
27,
of
our
27.
next, yes. So I wouldn't wait
What year
until
are
that next November election,
Do you-
but
Don't let that timeline drive you into a speeded up
Do you-
process.
But I do,
I still
it is
feel,
still,
I do feel,
I appreciate the context of having a goal timeline, and I appreciate the point you just made, Sheila, and to be honest, I agree with it. Like, I hear Maria and Steve and agree, we've been talking about this for a long time. The need is apparent, and there's a lot that needs to be addressed, and I understand the logic of the sooner the better. And for continuity, for cohesion, for consistency, to set ourselves up for success, I really do believe that one board, understanding that I want to be involved in this, and I might not be on that board, but I really would think it's best for that continuity, particularly because the process is appointing this steering committee or whatever it's called. And I think that requires,
okay.
Yeah.
Enough said.
I think it brings up a point that actually should be considered in the charter revision, and that is the number of years of a term, because being able to see processes through, I think that sometimes inhibits work being done in town, because sometimes processes do overlap in multiple boards, and you have to keep progress moving forward, and so it brings up
It's an
that point
interesting
as
concept,
well,
yeah.
because we can't just stop everything every year and a half waiting for an election cycle. Work has to continue. There's a lot that
Yes.
has to be done.
And to that point, I don't know legally if it's possible. I wouldn't want to stop, and I think Sheila was saying this, discussing what our ideas are, what areas of focus should be, so that whenever it is, and maybe it will be before the next board is elected, but so that when that charge comes, the ground can be hit running with their obviously attention and input. But
That's actually a good point. I wonder if, when we do have this discussion, if we can come up with a list of things that this board might want to pass along
Yes.
to whatever next board is, as
Our
just
famous
points of-
collaborations of
I know
document talking points.
for years,
Yes.
Steve
We'll
and
do
I have
one
been
of
talking
those.
about agricultural updates, and so.
Very well.
I think
I
that's,
look
There's a
forward
that
to
may be the most important part of it, because we have experience now that is going to go away when we leave.
Sail into the sunset.
And so our experience with what we think should be charter issues for the charter vision may very well be the most important piece, rather than a board acting that somebody else has to deal with. That never sits that well with me.
Okay.
Okay, I think we can,
Till next month, I guess.
we will move on to our next item on the agenda. Tony, if you're ready.
I've been looking at Tony thinking, gosh, he has to sit here through all this. Gotta put him first sometime. Let him go home.
As a quick point, though,
Second that.
perhaps we should take a look at our agenda items in the future and make sure that if we are going to take, if we predict action on anything, including funding requests, boards and commissions, anything, that it should be explicitly somehow on the agenda stated, so that
There
the
was a
public is aware.
confluence of reasons that this was not as clear as it was here. And certainly I apologize and take full responsibility for that, but let me say, yes, we will be very
Yeah.
careful in doing that in the future.
And I didn't mean to place
No, I understand.
blame,
I
but
understand.
just for completeness in the future, since it was
Yep.
brought to our attention, maybe going forward, we should have an action verb or specifically stated somehow
was-
that
that was-
action is
that-
going to be taken
I-
on everything.
Clear and heard. Thank
Mika,
you.
I also really appreciated when the strategic plan numbers were integrated on agenda items.
Yeah.
I don't know why that fell off.
Actually, it was because we were spending more time trying to figure out what numbers they were.
It wasn't
And
efficient.
it was
Okay.
because a lot of the items we had weren't on, there wasn't any strategic plan on it.
Okay.
We could have gone back to it, but it
Okay.
became such a, Karen will remember, it became such a challenge and time consuming.
Okay.
And candidly, with the staff we have, their time was better spent doing something else. But it is something that I
appreciate
feel is
that.
very important, and I would love to do. I think what we need to do is make sure the strategic plan, we line up our agendas to the strategic plan. And the strategic plan covers a lot of, like, it didn't cover a lot of what we were doing in terms of grants and things of that nature. So
Okay.
good point, one that we've taken consideration of, and now we have to adjust in terms of our strategic plan to make sure we're we're consistent on it.
So I love all this discussion of strategic plan tonight. I'll just remind everyone, it expires on December 31st, so you're going to need a new one in the next term. And then, all joking aside with the use of staff time, I wonder if we could look at front-loading the agenda so that our staff people can attend the beginning of the meeting, and then we can let them go, especially as winter storms are going to start coming up, and then continue our discussion items. Maybe we still need the attorney, though.
I've offered it to Tony. He's been very clear in saying that he really loves staying.
All night, drive home in the dark,
Absolutely
Karen too.
no inclination to leave earlier than 10 or 11 o'clock.
Spend more time with you.
I appreciate it. We can do that. Sometimes it's not practical, but when we can, I think
I think
it's a
they
good
really have
idea.
earned the break for October, for sure.
And if we know we might have questions about something on the agenda pertaining to finance, hopefully we could ask him in advance.
Correct. Or call him, I'm sure he'd rather take it from.
Wake
Just
me
call
up.
it, could be
I
on
want to
Zoom.
sleep already.
Could be in on Zoom, okay. So,
Tony,
9:50,
now with that attention given over here.
All right, so I'm going to go through this is their preliminary year-end results for 2025. I think the best way to approach this is to go to the third page of the document. Third page of the document, which is essentially a statement of revenues and expenditures and changes in fund balance, highlights each category of revenues and expenditures in our final budget, in our actual, and then if there's a favorable or unfavorable balance. So if I just, and just to the way the spreadsheet works here, so revenues were $317,000 over surplus. So we essentially collected $317,000 more than we had budgeted. And a majority of that is in interest income, as you can see, investment income. which is a $328,000 surplus. We did have some challenges in our department line, mostly related to transfer station fees and building permits and rental income at the child center. We've gone through a lot of that before. And so you can see we have a surplus there of $300,000. On expenditures, if you go to the bottom, we spent $669,000 less than we had anticipated.
Even with all the asbestos and,
Right, so the asbestos came mostly out of the Amity line, which was a lot higher, and we transferred into another department. When as I go through the year, I always make sure that none of our departments come in with a deficit. So the expenditures are somewhat easier to control and predict than revenues sometimes. So either through transfers or through careful spending, I always make sure that we have funds remaining in each budget, which you can clearly see here. Some of the highlights I can explain. For instance, police, there's a $35,000 surplus. They've had vacancies throughout the year, which contributed to that. That's the primary reason. In public works, there were some injuries and some, so when someone's injured, we get reimbursed by our insurance carrier. And also, we've had some work that was less expensive than we anticipated, which created a surplus there of $115,000. Human Services, as you probably all know, had several vacancies throughout the year, and so that caused an $85,000 surplus there. Let's see. Employee benefits is related to the vacancies in the that I just discussed, because when we're not paying salaries, we're not paying taxes. In some cases, we're not paying insurance, and so those are sort of connected. The Woodbridge Board of Education has returned $53,045, and Amity, after the transfers of the asbestos-related items, is $164,689. So, if you combine those two, and I think this is a good way to explain the designation of fund balance. That's $986,000 that we have combining the surplus and revenues and the surplus and expenditures. So we then allocate a fund balance of $800,000, right? It's money that we have that we're not going to collect.
Yeah.
So it's essentially, it's like a plug,
that's
right?
our contingency?
Nope, that's our fund balance. I mean, that's our designation of fund balance each year in the budget.
Okay.
It's money that we put in our revenues that we never actually collect, because it's our money, right? So it's like, it balances the budget, but it's not a revenue you're ever going to collect because it's our money. So the question is, did we have to use it here?
Leave it in the fund balance.
We left it in the fund balance because, as you could see, we were the $190,000 was actually gone into the fund balance, as opposed to having used a portion of that. If we had to use it, then you would have seen that in the spreadsheet.
Does that impact our AAA rating, our fund balance?
So typically, if your perspective is just from a bond rating agency, of course, the higher your fund balance, the more they like that, because that's better your ability to pay down your debt. So from a AAA rating a perspective, yes, it's always good to have a higher fund balance. And that's the bottom part, right? So our fund balance at June 30th, 2024 was $9,436,446. If you add the current year activity, it was an increase of $190,000 to that. So it's a minor increase, although we had anticipated in the budget using $800,000. So therefore, that brings us to $9.6 million. It's about 16.68% of our revenues.
So we're about $1 million more than we anticipated being right now.
Correct.
And
Correct. That's a good way to put it.
Can you, so our budget anticipated we're going to end up with 800 and some out, we had 8 million something, now we got 9 million something.
Our budget anticipated we were going to be $800,000 short.
Yeah.
We were $100,000 good. Therefore,
About
they're
$1
about $1 million.
Yeah.
Correct. And the reason for that are all
You
these.
detailed all those. And
Correct.
my question is there's a huge difference between the Amity Regional School District surplus versus Woodbridge Board of Education. Is that always the case?
Lately, yes. It has been. And remember, that surplus was higher. It was 250 maybe. But we used a good portion of it for the asbestos.
Yeah,
So,
It was, well, it says here the Woodbridge portion totaling 352,000. I mean, that would have been,
Historically, yes.
We shouldn't like that. Just saying. That's overtaxing. We're being overtaxed. And I know everybody says it's because of other things, but I don't see it that way.
Do we anticipate in this budget year to have the
So-
same type of situation,
I haven't heard.
Tony?
I haven't heard.
And I know
And-
talking to the superintendent, she's indicated that they don't expect to return the levels that they had in the past.
They don't, this year or
This
future
new
year?
budget year.
I haven't heard of their, if they're gonna have a surplus or not.
Did they vote to put the 2% into capital non-recurring?
I haven't
don't know.
heard. Usually if
I
there's a
thought they did
liaison,
in
sometimes
the
if there's a liaison,
last-
there's usually a
the
liaison.
last budget cycle.
No, August is usually when they have
Yeah,
to vote.
I just, it seems when we are being taxed on our student population, and we have 3 towns that own a school system that's not related to student population, they have overheads that aren't related to student population, they have an administration that isn't related to student population, and they have bonding, so they have debt service that isn't related to student population. Furthermore, any capital project that they undertake, instead of bonding out of the money that they have clearly overtaxed citizens on, why are we paying for that? I mean, we got hit with $1.3 million this year extra, whereas Orange had to pay $100,000 and Bethany had to pay $100,000, and we paid 11 times that. And that was for all of those things that have nothing to do with student population. The fact is that even some of those things are the result of their own board's decision. When their board decided that they should self-insure, and then they figured, well, we got to tax people extra to be able to self-insure. I'm going to tell you, they sue them. They're not self-insuring. The students aren't the ones getting sued. It's the 3 towns that own that system that are getting sued. So we're paying for that too. Then here we are, the big suckers in this whole project, simply because we're allowing them to hugely overtax us because we have a higher student population. Meanwhile, by the same level of thinking, the state awards both Bethany and Orange over twice as much money for their school system than they award to us, even though we're paying the majority of the overhead costs for that same system. So, we should be actively going after those people. Just say it.
I think we will, David, thank you. And it did have everything to do with the student increase, the enrollment increase that we had versus the enrollment decrease that Orange had and the minimal increase that Bethany did. But-
Absolutely.
So.
But over time, when the school board decides that they're going to do things like, we're going to self-insure, we're going to pay off our capital with we're going to pay off capital expenses with how much we are over budgeting in our budget. Well, who's paying the over budgeting? This year it was Woodbridge.
It's us. Yeah.
We
This
paid
year.
for all of their stuff.
This year, I've heard the same arguments from Orange in years past, and I think they'll give you examples of that, but I understand what you're saying.
I don't think
we
there's
have
ever
to go.
been a time when one town has been taxed 11 times as much as the other towns. I would bet.
I'm not been around.
If I
long
were
enough.
a betting man, I would lay a bet down on that one, because I think any other town other than Woodbridge would have exploded. Their minds would have gone crazy, and they would have voted it down 100 to 1.
Tony, if we're able to, I have a question. It might be really stupid, but this extra million-ish, is there a precedent of, in a year with reevaluations
So as a
and
matter-
almost 5% budget increase.
So as a matter of fact,
Can we?
it's a good question.
Can we alleviate the people a little bit?
So it's a
with
good
this?
question, and I'd present a couple pieces of information for you. First of
Okay.
all, in light of the capital projects that we are considering here, I hope to present a debt service presentation with fiscal information in it, comparing us to other communities similar to us, and just so you get an idea of where our debt service is and how we how we fit in with other communities.
That'd be great. That's
Like-
at our tri-board meeting you're gonna do?
No, I won't have it
Okay.
ready for the tri-board
Okay.
meeting, but at some future meeting, and I've done it before, when we've had bigger projects. I did it when we had the Beecher project last time, and it compares our fund
years ago.
balance, it compares our, a bunch of all different things to other similar communities, so you can get a feel for where other communities are with their fund balance as to where we are. Secondly, in our fund balance policy, which was done back in 2016, keep in mind that 16% that we have will drop automatically in the new year because A, we're contributing $800,000 in the budget, and B, the budget goes up. So that 16% will, of course, drop due to those two factors. But in our fund balance policy, it indicates that you can use that for, in which I would recommend to alleviate for either one-time purchases, capital projects, items that are not necessarily from year to year. So when you use it in the 1 year, then the following year you don't have $1 million hole in your budget because you don't have that fund balance. So it should be for something that's sort of a one-time expense.
And that could be retroactively applied to this budget?
Or you can use
in
it for
a
next year's budget.
future- Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
so the way that it could help alleviate the taxpayers is through a
Yeah,
capital
but-
expense.
That would be my suggestion.
Yeah, you
And
could
we-
do
that's
that,
what
but
we've done in the
then,
past.
Is that, I'm sorry, Mika?
I think it's what we've done in the past when we've had.
We've used fund balance for land purchases. We've used it for a bunch of things.
If we needed to do remediation for asbestos and it was bigger than it was, we would have used that type of thing.
Would there
So-
be value in putting it towards our country club debt or CCW debt? Because there's not that much.
You'd have to, I wouldn't say not necessarily.
Okay. Just thinking
Yeah.
about.
So
But
to
it-
answer my previous question about Amity, they did vote at their August meeting to put 1.1 million into their capital non-recurring and not refund it to the towns.
I think that's one of the reasons that they don't anticipate as.
Well, it was a unanimous vote, so I guess, I
was
don't think they're
unanimous.
gonna change. Yeah, I think they're gonna keep
Perfect.
doing that.
glad our guys are taking care of us. That's what we elected them for. They obviously served the school rather than the citizens.
So not to go into it tonight, though, because I think, I would love to make a
We have
motion to
funding-
adjourn, but I think
funding-
we have some
funding
finance
requests.
motions.
We have two minor funding requests. So the first is 252601 for $8,647. Our ruckus switch in Public Works facility is malfunctioning majorly, and we need to, our switching gear for our computers, so we need to replace it.
I move that we approve the funding request as described.
That's a great motion.
And that's coming from contingency?
Correct, yeah. It's because it's so early in the year.
Any questions, any comments? All in favor? Motion carries.
The second is 252602, $24,850, and it's of two items. The first is, and it involves the investigating why the fire department is experiencing higher than anticipated energy expenses. We believe it's due to their HVAC control issues, and we keep track of our energy use, and this building has historically been much higher than similar buildings of similar size and use. So the proposal is to, and this was reviewed by the building officials, Dwight and Nigel, and the suggestion that they have, that I've worked with them on and with the fire chief, is to have a mechanical contractor test and inspect all of the equipment. And then, once we have the results of that testing and the inspection, to use that information to develop a solution to resolve the control issues that exist in the building. And
What's the cost overrun that we are?
so we currently spend, I just looked that up, and it was about $80,000 in gas and electric each year.
On
And
one
on-
facility?
Yeah, on that facility, and keep in mind, the bay is radiant floor heating. That's not like supposed to generate a lot of
Right.
heat. It's supposed to just be enough for the heat though.
So Tony, the thinking is that the system is failing. It's more than 10 years old at this point.
2009, correct.
Yeah, so if they do this
The
study.
thought is that
They might find they have to replace the whole thing, or just repair it?
I believe the thought is it's mostly related to controls and items that need to, but I'm not sure.
So
We
is
won't know
this,
until we study it.
Right.
is this, so I guess what we're seeing is not just an increase because of the price of energy.
No, it's an
going up,
increase in
But
the,
it's, we've actually,
the
we're using
BTUs
more
and the,
BTUs than
correct,
we've ever used.
correct.
The system's malfunctioning,
Why-
right?
Tony, help me to understand why a homeowner would just call someone to come and take I mean, that's what this request is for? And
Correct.
So it costs $25,000?
Well, part of it's to,
15 is for the inspection.
right. And then 10,000 is for someone to write the engineering specifications to, it's a complicated system. It's not
Okay.
like
It's a
it's
very
just a simple,
Wow.
system.
So,
Big building.
Human Services or the center, which has a newer HVAC system, has been having issues different from this,
Right.
but also requiring additional money thrown at it, and that's
Theirs
a
is
newer.
humidity
Yeah.
related.
So, this I understand, this is older, but do we need to better vet our contractors, or what's going on?
Well, that's one reason why we have
Dwight and Nigel.
officials.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we had the same
Officers.
problem at Beecher.
Yeah,
We
'cause
had
it's-
some
So that
problems
we have
with
some
mechanical
oversight.
systems.
It's painful
We
to
have
issue
oversight on
money
this.
for this stuff.
Because, we have building committees,
Yeah.
but sometimes there's that technical oversight
We've had
would be extremely helpful
Yeah.
in
And we
those
have- we've
situations.
gotten-
Because otherwise you're relying
We have
on,
somebody with an engineering degree at
Right.
Amity looking at their equipment.
otherwise you're
We
relying,
don't
right.
have that.
And
Right.
we've
have
had
that
numerous
expertise.
discussions about this. We've gone back to vendors
need
to
that.
see if,
Put it in,
we have warranties or we have
inspected
something that
and
would give us some sort of recourse, because it just shouldn't be happening.
Yeah.
Because
I
otherwise you're
agree.
relying on a design professional or contractor, and there's no one sort of acting on our behalf.
Yeah,
So I'll make the motion we approve the funding requests as described.
I'll second.
Do we know what
We may have to.
downstream, what's our likely savings on this?
I'm sorry.
Well, once we find out how much it's going to cost to put this in, we can put together what our savings will be and also how we're going to fund the solution, which might have to be in our budget for next year.
Oh, jeez.
Speaking of which, did we figure out this building yet?
We're in process.
Let's
All right.
leave that.
Our air conditioner's still working.
Can we
on
just
it.
buy mittens for everybody?
It's not the problem with the heat, though. The problem is with the air conditioning.
Air conditioning.
Did the heat come
Oh,
on?
well.
The
Open
heat-
a
We
window.
haven't tried the heat.
Successfully? Yeah, okay.
But the heat is,
Thankfully, there's two
We can
different
do soon, make
systems.
it-
Depends on 1955.
they are
So
two
we have a
different systems.
motion and a second, can we call,
Unanimous.
Nico, you wanna bring it to a vote?
All in favor? Motion carries.
adjourned.
Second.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Have a great night.
Have a great